Hello to all of my Gems family. How are you doing? This is Life with Marlene, your Florida vlogger. So, we are here for the marathon. Welcome to everyone here. I hope you guys are doing great. Happy Saturday morning. I know people are from different time zones and it may be different times, but right here, right now, it's I'm still saying morning even though it's 12:30 because I'm just getting myself together. But welcome everybody. And I can't wait to get into the topic from time to time. Your girl is gonna turn this camera off because you know how family gets when you get on live, right? So right now I'll keep my camera on. Hope you guys are doing good. Appreciate you guys being here. I'm going to drop the link in a little bit and make this the open panel that it is because that's what we're doing today. We're doing this open panel thing. I hope that I have some people who will come in and um, join in on today's topic. And this is only for content creators that I know. So, yeah, if I see you in the chat and you request to come up, this is your opportunity to come up and to say something. Yeah, so we're going to get started with this marathon today and talk about, we need to talk about, right? So we're going to talk about fools. This is the first hour. I have a little schedule here of what I'm going to talk about every hour of this marathon. And this first hour, I'm going to be talking about fools. Um, what direction am I going to go with this? I'm not really sure. But I think that this world that we live in, it has a lot of people who are fools. And unfortunately, we have to deal with fools on a regular basis. We have to deal with people who want to break people's spirit. We have people who want to do so many different things to us, and it's just one of those things that you know. It's it's all about um, who we are. It's all about what we want to do. So let's first talk about people who are fools. Do you know some fools in your life? I know for myself, I see fools all the time, and some of those fools are, um, are they your management on your job? So, yes. Hey, real odds and evens, how are you doing? Feel free if you feel like coming up on the panel. You're welcome to come up. Real odds and evens. Let me put that link in here if you so choose to. I got the link, and it's only for real odds and evens if he wants to come up. So, I wanted to say this welcome to the end of the month marathon. And you see the title Fools, Lies, Shenanigans, Life Lessons. We're going to be talking about all of those things during the marathon. But first, we're going to start off by talking about fools. I know for myself that I have had to deal with fools. And the first part of this I want to talk about is the fools that are your management on the job. I don't know why it is that people who have a management role, they want to be so controlling over you. It's like they think that they're your mother or father. And even sometimes our own parents aren't that way. But I don't like the people who are in management and they let a little bit of power go to their head. And that's just foolish because anybody could be management. Anybody could get education. Everybody can have a position. And it's ridiculous the way some people will treat another human being just because they have the role of management. And I find it to be very disrespectful. There's no reason to treat another human being that way. It really isn't. It's no reason to be rude. It's no reason to be so unkind. It's foolish. So the people who are fools, they want to control you. They want to tell you how they feel because they're on this weird power trip, talking about whatever. And sometimes it doesn't even make any sense because the things that they expect from you, they are not willing to do for themselves. And I'm one of those persons that I go to work, I mind my business, I do the job and I leave. But sometimes people have it completely wrong where they feel like the job is a place to have friends. That's just my opinion. I don't go to work to make friends. I don't go to work to talk about my business. I don't go to work to, talk about other people. You know, at the end of the day, I really could care less what other people do in their off time. I really don't care. And that's the truth. But for me, I don't like management that doesn't pull their weight too. They just want to sit in their office or walk around and nitpick or just send emails and do all kinds of things. For me, that's a fool. And I think management needs to get, what is it called? Management needs to be watched because of the way that they treat the other staff, putting them down. I think that that's it's ridiculous. It's foolish. Like companies and businesses fold because of poor management, and that's foolish. People need to treat other people with respect. If you gave your staff days off, if you talked to people in a kind way, if you were supportive and helpful, then people wouldn't mind coming to work and doing certain things. But when management or companies do not respect their staff, their employees, and then they want to complain about the way that the employees act, that's foolish. They're ridiculous. And now I also want to talk about fools on the job. Do you guys have people in your workspace that act really crazy? Oh my gosh. My job, I have so much people who think that they are managers, but they have the same position as you do. There's always somebody who is like the manager's pet that will come on and feel that they run everything and tell everybody what to do. And you're like, you, me and you, we have the same position. You're not going to be over here telling me what to do. I just think that it's ridiculous. Some people, they get a little bit of education and they let that education get to their head and they forget that they're a human being too. They forget that they too are going to have some hard days or some dark days. They too will have family problems and issues. But I never have agreed with how things work on the job. It's a job. It's not your business to know what other people are doing in their life. It's not anybody else's problem about how they choose to live their life. That's People get into so many things that is outside of a job. One thing I don't like I don't like when people bring certain issues to the job that's going on politically and things that's going on, in on different fronts that has nothing to do with the job. I'm not there to talk about what is going on in politics. I'm not here to talk about, voice your opinions about what you think about this and this issue. I'm here to do my job and to leave. And I feel that sometimes I have seen some people get fired because of their political views, because of, you know, their mindset or their focus, and they, because they can't be controlled and used like puppets for the job. And I just think that that's foolish. So that's my thing, talking about the job. I think it's so much foolish things that happen on the job, and I believe that jobs need to give people more time off for for many reasons. I personally have always said that I think every like week to 2 weeks, you should be accruing some time for your mental health. You should be accruing some time for whatever, you know. If you just don't want to come in that day, maybe you're having a bad day, maybe you're going through issues with your kids or in your romantic relationship. It should, people shouldn't have to call in to a job and lie to them for fear of being fired. It should just be, I'm not coming in today. They always want to know why you can't come in. Really, at the end of the day, what does it matter for the reason why people can't come into work? All you need to know is, I can't come in. I'm not coming. And then that's it. That's it at the end of the day. For me, I don't care about the reasons because I work in management. I don't care why you can't come in. All I want to know is, are you coming or not? I don't need to know, but you know, there's protocol on the job that I think is ridiculous. That if you call in so many times, you're gonna get whatever the reason. Um, I'm waiting for real odds. It says his device is not connected yet. So I'm waiting for your device to get connected, real odds, and then I will add you to the chats. Hey, Lara, how are you doing? Welcome, 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 welcome. How are you doing? I'm doing great. Happy Saturday to you. Hope you're doing awesome, awesome, and everybody in the chat is doing awesome as well. So that's honestly what I have to say about foolish people in the workspace. Oh, real odds dropped off. I hope you come back. Um, so let's talk about fools when it comes to our friendships. I don't know about you guys, but sometimes people who are your quote unquote friends and they pretend to be your friend, but they're not really a friend, they're fake friends. That's something that I don't like. I'd rather a person just be real, like, hey, let's hang out. But I don't like people who pretend to be something that they're not. I don't like that. What do you guys think about that? What do you think about fake people, fake people, fake support? I'm not a fan of it. You know, I'd rather a person just be silly or weird, quirky. Just be yourself. I don't like the people who try to be something that they're not. And then when the mask falls off and you find out that they're not really who they say they are, then they get mad because they've been exposed. I don't know. For me, I need a person, if they say that they're my friend, I need for people to prove that they are your friend in your face and behind your back. Sometimes you just, some people just don't know how to be a friend. They don't know how to be a friend to themselves. They don't know how to be their own friend. And I think at the end of the day, sometimes people act up as a friend because they're trying to get your friendship, or they're lonely, they're sad, they're attention seeking. And I think that's really sad. People who are attention seekers. Real Odds and Even says, you're so right. I'm like, why even do or try when it's not? You know, like, be your authentic self. like I've been saying this for years. If you're hood, you're hood. If you're a nerd, you're a nerd. If you're a person who, is you're into book smarts, if you're a person who is just a quirky person, if you're a goth, you're a goth. If you're, just just be yourself. And I don't like when people, have you ever seen people like they keep changing depending on who they're around? And it's like, why are you talking like this? Like one day they'll be talking like hood, oh, I'm ghetto, this, huh, and then next thing they'll be talking another way, and you're like, who really are you? I feel sad for so many people, especially, like the younger generation, that they are, don't want to say fickle because, and I'm not classifying all young people, but I'm saying the people who show themselves on social media. I feel really sad for them that they really don't have a backbone. If this is trending, that's what they're going to do. That's how they're going to dress. That's how they're going to talk. That's what they're about. Like they don't possess their own value system. And from I was a really little girl, I've always had my own set of values and what I think and what I wanted. And I wasn't going to let anything or anyone dominate that. But, you have to be strong in yourself to know yourself and to love yourself. Roaz even says their version of loyalty is absurd. What they think of a friend is more aligned of being a fool. I call it a fool, a fraternal order of liars. Wow, because they lie to themselves. I like that. I'm going to use that, Roz and Evens. I will always give you credit for that, but fraternal order of liars. Wow. Wow, wow. That's good. Hey, Doretha, how are you doing? Happy Saturday. I say good morning. For me, it still feels like morning. What's going on in everybody's part of the state, the world? What's your weather conditions? Yes, please use it. I encourage it. Okay, awesome, awesome. So we talked about fools with friends. Now let's talk about fools that are in a romantic relationship. Mm, this could go on for the whole 4 hours, right? Fools, like, let's say fools in dating. I really don't understand the reason why, like I was talking about a little bit earlier, why people can't be their real and true authentic self. Um, it's morning here, Central Time. Okay. Well, almost noon. Okay. Yes. So, why can't people be real and transparent? Like, whatever it is that you want, just be real up front. I'm only looking for, friendship. I'm only looking for an intimate relationship right now. I'm not looking at no strings attached. I'm not trying to get married. I'm just dating. I'm just trying to get to know people. I'm just looking for a friendship. I want friends with benefits. Just be real. But people will make up this whole story and play with people's hearts. And that's a very dangerous game to play. I've said it over and over again to so many people. People think that it's funny, it's cute, Uh, I'll play this, I'll say this, and just to get in a relationship with them, just to be able to be intimate with somebody, just to be able, I always say that you catch more bees with honey than with vinegar. If you just put it out there and say, this is what I want, I'm not looking for nothing serious. Let me tell you, you'll catch more relationships. You'll get more of what you want when you're real and authentic. But people will be like, oh yeah, I'm looking to settle down and I'm trying to get married. And then when you get to know the person, they got several different people that they're seeing. So it's like, Don't talk about you want to be in a committed relationship and you're trying to do something serious and you're not. I, you're the one that looks like a fool like when you get exposed because it doesn't matter how good your game is, how much of a player you are, a player always gets caught in the trap. It always gets exposed and it's just not worth it. I would never want to be on the other side of causing another person pain or making another person feel a certain way when all you had to do is say from the beginning, I'm not looking for nothing serious. I'm just trying to have fun, just hanging out. I'm just trying to get to know you, and that's it. But I think some people don't even know what they want themselves. All they know is they want to be with somebody. Some people are more interested in being being with somebody and filling up their social media reels with pictures. Oh yeah, and hashtag in love, hashtag all of that, hashtag couple goals and all this stuff. And they know behind the scenes that y'all know y'all be fighting. You're not happy. It's just I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm just talking to myself. Maybe that's not the reality. And maybe I have a skewed sense of reality. But I see people who portray themselves to be so happy in a relationship. But when you're around them, you can feel the tension between the two people. And it's like, who do you think you're fooling? But their whole social media reel is full of pictures of them holding hands and hugging and kissing and this. And oh, yeah, 1 year in, 5 years in, couple goals. It's like, that's that's not a couple's goal. It's like you guys don't even communicate or you're always arguing. I don't know. I just feel like that's foolish. I don't know why people just can't be authentic. I don't get it. I'm like, I don't get it. Yes. If you guys are new here, make sure to hit that subscribe button if you like the content, because I want people who like my real content over here and support it. Yes, Doretha, you're speaking the truth, Marlene. Thank you so much. Yeah. But I'm just saying. So let's talk about some dating etiquette because the things that I see, boy, I've seen a lot of things. I don't know how many of y'all be on the dating apps, looking at these dating apps and stuff, but I've seen some things on dating apps that's crazy. Like people will put pictures of themselves on a dating app of themselves 20 or 30 years ago. And it's like, okay, don't you think eventually you're going to meet each other? And you know that now your hair is gray. Now you know you've put on 30, 40 pounds or more. Now it's just like, come on, people, be real. They put a picture of themselves when they were in high school. Or here's another game. They put a picture of somebody else, like it's not even them. They're doing the catfishing thing. And it's like, for real, I didn't believe it. I thought it was a game or something, but they said to make sure when you are dating somebody online, make sure you take that picture and you go and look on Google and see if it's not an image of somebody online and somebody had downloaded a picture, put it on their dating profile. And it's like, wow. It's like, wow. And I wouldn't even say that's foolish. I just think that's thirst trapping. Some people are so thirsty, honestly, for real. Some people are so thirsty that, yeah, so thirsty. You should, it's like, okay, accept it. If you've gained 30, 40, 50 pounds, put up a real picture of yourself on your dating profile. Put a real picture of yourself, ladies, like, how you look. Like, show how your hair really looks. I know a lot of ladies ain't gonna like it. I say that. Okay, if you ain't got that much hair, like eventually, like I don't know if people think like eventually if you're going to be in a relationship with somebody and you're going to be cohabitating at some point, they're going to know that you don't have that horse hair all the way down to your butt. Like they're going to figure that part out, or they're going to figure out that you wear a toupee or something like that. I'm just saying. I'm I'm not trying to be rude or nothing. I'm just saying that's why I always say, I tell my friends, I tell everybody, when you first meet somebody, you need to show up like makeup free. People need to see the real you first. Like some people, they start off on the first date, makeup, beautiful hair, this fresh outfit. I'm going to show up with some lip gloss on and whatever comes out my bonnet. If you don't accept me, how my hair looks authentically, how, makeup free, then there ain't no way you're going to see me with the makeup and the nails and the heels. To me, that's an elevation. I think a lot of people, they give people too much too fast. Like, you're not going to get me getting my hair done for 3 or 4 hours and I don't even know if you're worth my time. No, no. I'm gonna show up first date. It's gonna be in shorts and a t-shirt, my natural hair, and some lip gloss. Okay. And then I will make a decision. Maybe next time I'll put on maybe some makeup or something. I'm just saying. People be giving too much too fast. Yes, but want you to accept them. But they could have showed the real them, not someone else 3 miles. If they're 300 miles away. Let's talk about what goes on in the DMs, shall we? I should have took some screenshots. I'll save that for the next marathon next month. I'm going to take some screenshots. People are so thirsty in the DMs. So, when I say thirst trapping in the DMs, oh, let me give you some examples. You're the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. You are a queen. You're an empress. Hey, I was like, how do you know that? How do you know that? You know? And most of the people who be in your DMs is already in a relationship. There's people they're fully married people with about 17 kids. They might be looking like how the dog be like, turn your head to the side like, "Rrr?" Like what? People be in your DMs don't even know you. Talk about can you send me a Western Union? Like, who are you? Where do you come from? No. It's like, no, absolutely not. It ain't gonna happen. You're not you're not becoming in my DMs. Talk about can you send me a Western Union? Do you have Cash App? I said, you're finna send me a Cash App. Oh, okay, I'll send you my cash. No, can you send me it? Do you think ever in my life I'm going to send a Cash App or a Western Union to somebody I don't know? And even if I know you, no, you're going to be sending me. No, 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 no. Ain't going to happen. Lyra says, people not like me. Yes. Yeah. People want a great life. People just want to use you and abuse you, take advantage of you. And that's why I say fools. I have to ask myself too, back in the day, I know when I was younger, when you're young, when you don't really know that many things, people will play with you. People will play you for a fool. And I know I've done some things. Done some things for a romantic relationship, done some things for friends, done some things for people. I ain't proud of it, but it's my story, you know? It's my story. Uh, why are you cracking up? Why are you laughing, odds and evens? Yeah, but that's one of the things that I think people are just so thirsty in real life. And I'm in the space in my life where I'm trying to get me together, you know? And one thing I don't understand is people will have this long list of what they want from a romantic relationship. Oh, she better have this and she better have that, and and her waist better be like this, and her whatever better be like this, and she better have this, and like people focus so much on the outside things. And don't get me wrong, of course you got to have a relationship with somebody who you're attracted to, but that can't be the only thing, because that's the reason why most people don't stay in relationships, because they only focus on the physical and they never get to know a person. What are they about? What do they do? How is their energy? What are they working on? What are their goals? They don't get to anything on the inside. They focus so much on the physical looks. Eyes and even says, I'm laughing at the DM, the 17 kids, the Cash App, the Hey Queen, married, living in a basement. Oh, yes. They are literally living with their mama, their auntie, or living on somebody's couch. And then they're trying to come over to your house. I was like, I'll pick you up. No, you will not pick me up. You'll never, nobody will ever know where I live. Uh, You'll never know where I live, ever. I think probably you wouldn't even know where I live until we're getting married. But that's how I keep my private life private. What? Really? No, ain't gonna happen. Mm-mm. Yes, Lara. People need to get to know people's hearts, and is my opinion. I think people go from hello to the bed too quick. They don't like, okay, what are you about? What are you trying to do? What are your goals in life? It's just like they only think about desires. They only think about sexual desires, but they don't think about, is this a person I'm going to grow with and build with? How do they treat their families? I'm just saying. And, of course, that's an important part of a relationship too. But if you focus and center your relationship only on that, that's the reason why people's relationships be fizzling out. And then they want to know, why can't I stay in a relationship? Because you went from hello to the bed too quick. Ah, I be telling my friends and they don't want to listen. They're hard headed. Okay. I tell people that all the time in counseling when I life coach too. You gotta hold back something. You can't give all of you from the beginning, because then what is there to look forward to? You gotta have a progression. I don't know. But some people are just fools. They think that they can do whatever they want to, and then later on they're crying their eyes out. Talk about we broke up. Oh, no kidding. Hmm. Let's talk about okay, fools. So we were talking about fools in romantic relationship. And I want to say this to everybody. when you meet somebody, have real conversations, not just, oh, what do you do? People are focused so much on what somebody does for work and what they do for fun. Well, that's important, but I like to get into people's heads, and I don't know. I know. I guess everybody can't be Marlene. What are the fun interests? What are the commonalities? Yes. Like, what are you trying to do in the future? What are you doing now? And one thing I always tell my clients all the time, you should not be talking about your money situation, what you do for work from the beginning. That's a privileged information. Why do they need to know what you do for work? Why do you need to know what's going on in my pockets? For me, people focus so much on a person's income more than, is this a good person for me? And you can tell that by how a person treats other people. Like, I need to see what you're involved in. What are the things that you do? What humanitarian causes do you follow? Like, how do you help in the community? What are you about? Not just, where do you want to go and eat? It's like, what? Where do I want to go and eat? I was like, I don't know. People focus so much on trying to get a free meal instead of having a real conversation. It's just about, you know, I need somebody to take care of me. Marlene's always been a little different. I guess I don't think like most. Weird. I was saying, I said new partner. I don't know. I said it's good or true. They used to play games. Yes. Yeah, you have to ask the questions. You got to ask the questions. What are you about? What are your goals? What are you doing right now in real time? A lot of people aren't doing anything in real time. They're just not. And if you're a person that has some substance to you, you're going to need a little more than asking, what's your favorite color? I'm going to need more than somebody knowing more than my favorite color and what I like to eat. I need somebody to know, like, who motivates me, who has inspired me, how do I get over things, what keeps me calm. I don't know. I don't know. People just don't want to really understand other people. I think people want to be in a romantic relationship, but they don't want to be able to do anything to keep that relationship, because people will start off a relationship, right, with, oh, everything's good, it's cool, I like the guy, I like the girl, but then they don't do anything to maintain. And I've always said, a good relationship is about maintaining, it's about maintenance, not just of who that person was when you met them, because of course you're going to get older, you're going to want different things, and you should be growing. The thing that you wanted when you met somebody should not be the only thing that they want. They should want more. And if you're in a relationship with somebody and they never want more, they're not trying to do better. I don't know. I don't know. I like that. Yeah, it's easy to know colors. Yeah, eating. Yeah, you got to get to know a person better. What are they about? You know? Yeah, what do they like? You know? Because it's like, people could be in a relationship with people for years and they don't even know what is their favorite movie. What are some things that happened to their in their past that shape them to be the individual that they are. It's like, what do you guys ever talk about? I guess some people, they don't talk. It's just sad. It's sad and pathetic what people will call a romantic relationship. Like my dad used to say, people don't know how to be romantic. You heard it from me. There's so much people, they don't know how to be romantic. Romance is not just intimacy. Romance is somebody thinking of you and wants to alleviate your stress. That's romance to me. Somebody thinking that when I get home, I'm going to be hungry or tired, make a bubble bath, prepare a meal, do do kind and nice. That's romance. And everything else is always going to follow after that. But people don't know about the game, you know. They don't know about the game. Yes, real odds and evens. Yes. Hi, Kristen. How are you doing? Welcome. Happy Saturday. Appreciate you being here. Welcome to the marathon. And like I said, I don't expect for y'all to be here the whole 4 hours. I know you guys got life, you got family responsibilities, people got things going on, you're in different time zones. But I just appreciate that you guys came through, said hello. And I'm asking, if you can, leave a like. And if you don't like it, leave a dislike. Because I'm one of those persons. You don't like it, you don't like it. It's cool. It all applies to me. Yes. I hope you guys are doing great. Happy Saturday to you. So let's talk about, we talked about dating. Let's also talk about fools in like in day-to-day life. Um, One thing that I have never understood is the individuals who are always late and they expect for everybody to move out of their way. Like the people who have the road rage, always speeding, and they always show up late. It's not my fault that you didn't prepare, that you didn't wake up on time, that you have anger management issues. Listen, you know I'm always going to give it to you guys straight. A lot of people don't accept the responsibility of being an adult. When you are an adult, you have to act like one. And so many people that they never elevate and grow from the time that they were 18 years old. They're still acting like they're 18. You got to do a little more. You got to grow up. You got to, like, I need to work on my time management. I need to work on being a better communicator. I need to learn how to be patient and not have a temper tantrum because I can't get my own way. And no, people do not have to move out of your way because you want to go somewhere. I always ask myself the question when you're driving, why is that person driving slow? Or do they feel sick? They're driving slow because they're not in a rush to get where they're going? There's a lot of reasons why people may be driving slow, and then people honking their horn, flipping the bird. It's like, okay, hey, how are you doing? Welcome. Happy Saturday. Well, I don't know what time it is where you are, but it's 1:14 p.m. in Florida. Hope you're doing great. Appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. So, that's one of the things that I had to learn patience. And, that's something that I don't think I'm ever going to get that fully. I think I'm a pretty patient person, but not very patient. I try. I'm trying. I'm a work in progress, but I try my best to put myself in other people's shoes. Instead of being angry, the next time somebody is driving slow, think what that person may be going through. Are they sick? Do they just get off of work? There's a lot of reasons why people could be doing the things that they're doing. I don't think nobody on purpose is trying to get in your way. 8:14 p.m. Oh wow, it's nighttime. Wow. In Tanzania, trying to get over this cold. Well, I hope you feel better. I really do. I hope you have your tea, your drinks, your medicines, your whatever, so that you can get good health. I hope you get some sleep. Okay. Yeah, we have to think first, and that is one thing. I'm not going to lie to y'all. When I was younger, that was something that I did not do. I was not a person who thought before I spoke. I didn't think before I acted. I didn't think that there was consequences. I thought that I could do whatever I wanted to do all the time, and you just can't treat people like garbage and not expect for people to treat you like garbage. What goes around comes around. Hi, Miss Betty. How are you doing? Welcome. Happy Saturday. How are you doing? I appreciate you being here. I hope your Saturday is going good. Always great pointers. Thank you so much. Yeah, everybody has problems. And for me, I think it took me a long time for me to have to realize that the whole world doesn't revolve around me, and people don't have to slow down or speed up for me. People aren't always going to be happy, and people aren't always going to like me. When I like really got that, like really got it, that I have to make myself happy, that I can't make another person happy, and people have problems that has nothing to do with me. Because you'll be upset and angry with people and popping off at people. That don't have nothing to do with you. People are upset because they make a choice to be upset. And that that right there, that was about 2 to 3 years of therapy to help me to get to that space of believing that and knowing that not everything that people do to us is because they're trying to do something to you. Sometimes people just do stuff because they're just not well mentally. Sometimes people do stuff because they got their own issues going on and they weren't thinking about you. They were being insensitive, but they're not just saying, oh, let me do this because it's going to make Marlene unhappy. It doesn't even be on that sort of vibration, but things that people do does hurt us, and people who are very foolish, disrespectful, and immature, it does take a toll on us. Yes, it happens, and then we learn. Yep. I have no problem with saying that. I was very immature, very insensitive. I had a major anger problem. And when I say that to people, nobody believes it because I'm so calm these days. I wouldn't say I'm the most patient, but I think I'm pretty patient. I feel like I'm a good listener. I always try my best to learn and to grow because we can always learn from another person. But it took me time. It took experiences, it took situations, and it also took me saying, you know what? You need to be more humble. Everything, everything is not about you, Marlene. I remember when my therapist told me that, it was like, clutch my pearls. If I had some pearls on, I would clutch them. I was like, what you say? Shut your mouth. What do you mean it's not about me? Of course it's about me. Oh, like, what's wrong? What's your problem? What you think I'm paying you for? Of course it's about me. It's always about me. But I had to learn that. It's a life lesson. Hmm. Thank you so much, Real Odds and Evens. I appreciate it. Yes. I like your transparency, makes you authentic. Yeah, I always said, yeah, clutching my imagination. Let me put on some pearls because that's how extra. That's how extra Marlene is. Let me put some on some pearls so I can clutch them. Let me put on some pearls for a second. Okay. Okay. Yes, I'm dramatic, y'all. So now they weren't imaginary. I had to clutch some pearls for a second. Because I was like, shut your mouth. What do you mean it's not about me? What? Of course it's about me. I was like, lady, what you think I'm paying you for? Of, of course, it's about me. Okay. Yes. Yep. I had to learn that. I had to learn that everything was not about me, and to not be in my feelings all the time. And I used to be in my feelings 24/7. Somebody, oh, why they looked at me like that? Oh, they don't like me. People don't even be on that type of time. People don't even care one way or the other about you. People be in their own world dealing with their own issues. So I had to learn to stop having this inflated ego, and just go about my day, just make my own self happy. I think when I learned that part, to just be happy and make myself happy, and not wait for other people to make me feel happy, I think I stopped being foolish then. I think sometimes we're fools and we don't even know it. I was a fool for so many years, like following behind friends or family or people, or settling for a job that I know that I didn't like. Because how many of us, we do things we know we don't like, we know we don't want to be around them, we know they don't care for us, you know that they're not helping you, they all they ever bring you is aggravation, pain, and drama. And then I had to ask myself, why do I keep taking that? And those like, that makes you the dummy. And I was like, stop doing that, you big old dummy. I had to talk to myself. It's like, stop doing that, big old dummy. Stop making yourself available. I did. And then I stopped being a fool. I had to stop being a fool. I had to stop being a fool for love, stop being a fool for friendship, and stop being a fool for family. Stop being a fool for a job, settling for less than I deserve, because friends, family, job, so many relationships, people take you for granted. So don't play the fool and don't be the fool. You know, you got to take off your rose colored glasses and be like, this is what it is. Here's the cards on the table. Okay. They are not into you. They do not like you. They don't want to settle down with you. Okay. It's like they don't even have no money. They're only with you so you can give them money, or you can do this or that for them. You know, you just got to say that that's what it is. You know, don't be afraid of the truth. The truth is right there. The truth is right there. And when my therapist told me that the truth is right there, you just don't want to see it. It was like, what? It was like, girl, tell me some more. Because sometimes when it comes to our own life, we can't see things, but other people on the outside can very freely see it, that we're unhappy, that we're this, that we're that, but we will tell ourselves lies. I know I was in that space for such a long time, lying to myself, oh, this is my friend. Oh yes, we're about to be married. We're about to do this. We're about to do this. And everybody's like, that is not your friend. They don't care about you. They're using you for money or your car, or because you buy them food, or because of what you do for them. Some people only are in your life because of what you give to them. And when you stop serving that purpose, when you cut them off, when you say, I'm not going to do that. Thank you so much, Kristen. When you stop serving a purpose in people's lives, hmm, boy, they don't like it. They don't like it. They're going to be very angry. Ooh, yes, they could care less about you, right, Lara? They could care less, and that's when you have to say, "You don't care about me, but I care about me." You got to care about yourself, everybody. Yep. You got to know that. You got to know. That's why I always say, know yourself and love yourself. Know your situation. Know that even if they may not love you, they may not care for you, they may not support you, you got to love, care, and support yourself. hmm So we're about to go into the second hour. I can't believe that first hour went fast. Wow. Okay. We're about 5 minutes from hour number two of this marathon. Yeah, I'm crushing this thing. Crushing it. Yes, baby girl. She is doing the things. I'm proud of myself. I'm telling you, it's not easy to do marathons, but I'm doing my thing. I hope you guys are enjoying it. We're about to move into hour number two. I promise y'all, I'm going to do better. I'm going to get some music to play for y'all. I'm working on some things so I can bring you guys better. So, as we move along in future marathons, it's gonna improve. We're gonna get better. We're gonna have ourselves some music. We're gonna have some other things going on. So yeah, okay. Yes, people use you because they're greedy, right? hmm I want to say that to everybody too. Don't be a fool. Don't let people play games with you. Don't let people play with your head. You know what a person said. You know what people are doing. You know people's energy. Trust it. You no, you're not tripping. No, it's not you. It's them. Yeah, sometimes it is us. I take that back. I recant. Sometimes it is us. Sometimes we need to grow up. We need to stop believing that a person is going to do something or change. Okay. And they're not. Okay. I'm just saying. I'm just the messenger. Just the messenger. So we're about to go into hour number two. Okay. I have four topics for 4 hours. So the next hour, we're about to go into, okay, why do people think they can fool you and themselves? Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Why do people think that they can fool you? Oh, lies. Okay. So we're focusing on lies in this second hour. Hope you guys are enjoying the live stream. Shout out to all of my mods. Shout out to all of my channel members. Thank you so much for supporting me. I do these marathons, I do these streams. I do the marathons once a month uh, um, because this is the end of the, what is it called? The fall. Where are we in? Yeah, because we're about to be in, no, this is the end of the spring. End of spring. I'm saying fall. Ooh, child. The end of spring because we're about to get into the summer. Like I cannot really believe it that it's about to be the summer. I'm so excited about the summer coming up, all of the summer activities. Marlene plans on being in these streets. I plan on taking you guys along with vlogs and traveling. It's going to be a good time. It's going to be a nice little vibe over here. Your Florida vlogger is going to bring you some fun things. So, welcome to hour number two. So, here we go. Hour number two. We're going to be talking about lies. Why do people think that they can fool you and themselves? Okay. So, first, let's talk about lies. Lies is, see, I'll say this: whether a person wants to believe it or not, everybody lies. Everybody lies about something, little things and things like that. But I mean a person who is what is it called? Uh, I can't think of the term, but a person who habitual. And people who lie to you don't love themselves, don't know themselves, have some mental health issues. Even sometimes people have some mental illness. Now, Marlene, I'm not here to judge people. I'm not here to talk about anybody, but I'm just stating it's a fact. If somebody cannot be honest with you, means they don't know how to be honest with themselves. And I say that because I had to go and peel back the layers in my life about why I was not showing up real and authentic. Why did I want to be something that I wasn't? Why did I say I liked things when I know I didn't like it? Because I didn't know myself. I didn't love myself. I was trying to people please. I wanted to be supported. I wanted to be liked. There's so much reasons why people tell lies, but one thing about lies is lies destroys trust. Mm. When somebody tells you something and then you find out it's not what you thought, that makes you be like, I don't know if I could deal with you ever again. Hey, realists, we got realist one here. Hashtag slide accordingly in the building. Happy Saturday to you. How you doing? How you living? Are you thriving? Okay. Yes, nobody's perfect, Lara. We're not looking for perfection. We're not looking for perfection. We're just looking for honesty, you know? And everybody goofs up. Everybody, you know. Well, I'm just being real. A lot of people don't want to say this, but everybody lies. Lie about something, or they, or they stretch it, and like if you caught a fish that was this big, you'll say you caught a fish this big, or the person did this, and they hit me 17 times and it was just one time. So I think everybody tells lies or stretches the lies, but I mean a person who you can't believe not one thing coming out of their mouth. That's a person that you really do have to be careful for. Let me put the link in here again for if anybody wants to hit that link. You're welcome to. Not anybody, because I'm not entertaining no crazies. So I'll just say that part. Okay. Yes. You just have to do the best that you can. Hey, Chill Will Crew. Hey, Charlene. How are you doing? Welcome. Happy Saturday. How are you doing? That was a good live last night. We had fun up in there, didn't we? Yeah, that was fun. I enjoyed it. Yes, Lara, being honest. Just another day to be grateful for. That's a good outlook to have, realist. Nice, nice. Um, Charlene says that part, Marlene. So, okay. So let's start talking about this right here. Lies. Why do people think that they can fool you? Let's start off with that part. Why do people think that everything that they're saying, you're not going to find it out? Why do people think that? Oh, thank you so much. Hi, Echo. How are you doing? Welcome. Happy Saturday. You're out today. Just want to say hi and hit the like. Awesome. I hope you have a wonderful day. Um, okay, back to the question. Why do people think that they can fool you? And I am speaking from my personal experience. I can't speak for everybody's experience, but for me, I think people lie to you because sometimes people want to tell you what they know you want to hear. People think that you want to hear something, even you'll say things like, I want this, and then people want to tell you that what you want to hear because they know that you will fall for their schemes. And it's like, when I thought about it, is that some people, they come in your life to deceive you, and you really have to be careful. People come in your life to deceive you. Not everybody, but you got to be aware. Like, wait a minute. Last time you said, and this time you said, and you're like, the math is not mathing, okay? That is, I was like, 1 plus 1 is not 7. It's like I was not born yesterday. And then they want to go back and say, oh no, maybe you misunderstood. No, I know exactly what you said. I know exactly what you said. And then there's the retractions and, well, I really meant to say this. And then they're stuttering and stammering, and their eyes are shifting, and they're getting all nervous. And sometimes they'll even get angry. Those are the ones that get very interesting when you find out about their lies and their traps and you expose them. Now they want to get angry. And it's like, why are you angry at me? You're the one that told the lie. You're the one that was deceitful when all you had to say from the beginning what it is. Well, I knew if I told you the truth, you would get mad. What? And it's like, what? Real Odd says, or lie and say, that's not what I meant. And it's like, so it is like, so which one is it? Is it what you meant to say or not what you meant to say? It's crazy. It's really, really crazy. Realist says, don't you love the exposing part? Realists. And the thing about it is they expose themselves because they lie so much, they don't remember the lie they told. Like, okay, I just imagine, like, in their mind, they're like, okay, so last time I said, so this time I have to say, and then they can't keep up with their lies because they lied to this person and said this, and they said this to this person. And then what about when the two people talk to each other and say, oh, they told me this, oh, they told me that, oh no, both of you were confused. No, we're not confused. They love to say you were confused. No, I'm not confused. I'm right on track. I know exactly what you're doing. Mm. Yes, Rose. I do love the exposing part. Yeah, I do love the exposing part when you expose people. Hmm. And you be like, hmm. And like what I love to do is I like to see people get like nervous and get shit. Like I don't like I let them just keep on talking, saying with all the garbage, all the rubbish that they're saying. And I'm looking at them like, you think you're playing me? Like I talked about on another stream before, you can't play the player. It's like, I was like, do you know who you're dealing with? I was like, I invented that line. It's like I invented that line. It's like, don't try me. Oh What people don't understand about the persons that you used to be and how you did all the schemes and manipulation, the game, you did all of that. But then when you get better and mature and healed, and you just do better, and then when people come and do exactly what you used to do years ago, you'd be like, do you think I don't know about that line? I, I did that line for years. Okay. I know all about that line. You cannot play the player. Okay? You cannot play the player. The player knows the game, right? And I'd be laughing to myself. I'd be like, and I'd be looking at him like, oh, I was like, oh, is that so? And who was there? Oh, I was like, oh, that is funny. Yeah. And I'd be looking, who do you think you're playing? I was like, do I look like a big old dummy to you? Hmm. But I love to play along with them, make them think that I believe them, and then I pull the rug from under them. Oh, but who was there? It's like get the flashlight like the detective on the crime shows from back in the day, like Columbo. Um, and who is there? And did you have on a black hat with a red coat? Hmm. But Lara said that she saw you there with your red coat. I love to expose people, especially when you have all the details and then you sit back and watch all the cards fall. Okay. Oh, thank you so much, Chillwell Crew. I appreciate you. You know what I got to do when the super chat hits? Thank you so much. Thank you, Charlene. I appreciate it. And I see I got another super sticker, and that is from Lara. Lara says, yes, it's true. Speak now. Yes, the facts. Thank you so much, Lara. When the super chat hits one more time, what Gia says, one time. Thank you. Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup. Um, Amen. Yep. Oh, that's so cute. You're welcome. Wahoo. Yes. So thank you guys so much for the super stickers. I really appreciate it. So what were we talking about? Oh yeah, when people get exposed, they think that they can fool you, right? And the thing about it is, like, I'm that person. I'll let people keep talking and burying a hole, and like they're really in the, what is it called, the quicksand. They're sinking fast, and you could see them sinking, like, and and but um what did I just say? And but things happen, and then and you just, oh, okay. You just look at him and be like, yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, that sounds right. And you'd be like, who do you think you're talking to? Like, inside, you just let them keep talking. It's like when will you just tell the truth, right? It's crazy. Let them bury themselves with their lies. So let's also talk about the next part of this, which is people who play you for a fool. One thing that I'm the type of person, just like almost all my friends, we're almost always, I find people that are like me. One thing, I'd rather somebody hurt me with the truth than hurt me with a lie. I may not like what you did, I may be upset for a little bit. I may have to take a pause and put you on timeout for a little bit because of what you did. But I'd rather somebody look at me and say, I can't lie to you. I don't want to lie to you. This is what happened. I can respect somebody who does that, but somebody who, like, they were playing games, like nothing that they said was the truth. You find out everything that you were told was a lie. Everything's like nothing is what it was. So it's like you feel like you don't even know that person at all. So we think sometimes we know people, but we really don't know them. Realist says, continue to play a fool to the fool that thinks they're fooling you. Yeah, I love to be like, oh, is that so? Hmm. So who is there with you? And all the inside, I'm laughing, but do you think I'm Boo Boo the fool? What was that meme with Viola Davis where she looks at him and then she put on her purse and walk out the door? That's what I wanted every time. I'd be like, mm-hmm. What else? Yeah. And who was there? And the whole thing about it is people don't understand. Sometimes you got friends and family and different people. They just will send you all of the tea, like, screenshot it, send it to you. And you'd be like, oh no, oh no, I'm not out. I'm at home. And you just see a picture where they are and what they're doing. It's like you don't even ask. I'm telling you, things get revealed to you. Like people will call you, people will text you, send you screenshots. You don't even ask for it. So, and you're like, oh, where are you at? Oh, I'm at work. And you'd be like, oh, is that right? Okay. Well, I hope you have a good day at work. Oh, since you're at work, I'm gonna come over there. I'm gonna bring you some dinner. Oh no, it's really busy here. I really can't stop to spend time with you. It's really busy. So, no, I'm already here. I'm about to come into the building. Yeah. Now what else are you gonna make up? What other lie? It's crazy. Just tell people. Just tell people the truth. Hey, I'm going out. I don't want to go somewhere, but oh no. I just think it's really immature. I can't deal with people who are like that. I really can't. Yeah, just tell the truth. Yep, they get busted and they always get busted. People always get busted in their lies. Always, always, always get busted in their lies. So let's talk about family. I think I started talking about it and then I got a super sticker and I forgot. So um let's talk about how family will lie to us. Isn't it sad? Isn't it sad how family will lie to us and do things that's so hurtful, like tell you something when that's not even what it is, you know? Callie King is here. I don't see Callie King. Where did I miss him? I don't see Callie King. No, I don't know. I'll have to go into my thing afterwards. Oh, there he is. Hey, Callie King. How are you doing? Welcome. Hey, Sirius. How are you doing? Welcome to the marathon, everybody. Hope everybody's doing awesome, awesome, awesome. I appreciate every single one of you for tapping in. I know you got some busy people. You guys got your lives. Thanks for spending some time with me on this marathon. Okay. Yes. I'm having a wonderful and beautiful Saturday. This I woke up early this morning, early, and I did my walk. Then, since I got home, it started raining. I did a short live stream on my relaxation channel because the rain was flowing and it was just a nice little scenery. Then I came home, made breakfast, did some laundry, cleaned, made some lunch, got them situated so that I could have quiet and peace for 4 hours. I was like, don't knock on this door. Okay. Don't knock on this door. Don't say hello. Don't say nothing. Because you know how family are when you go live. Hey, hey, can you do this? Hey, are you busy? Hey, you doing something? Yeah, I'm still busy over here. Yep. Who knows what I'm talking about? Yes. I'm glad you are doing great, Sirius. Yes, let's talk about this, right? Yes, they're the first ones, realists, the first ones that will lie to you. And I think what hurts is the deceit sometimes from family. Of course, they're really relatives, but when you find out family secrets, I don't know about you all, but there's a lot of things that I heard, the stories that was told to me growing up, and you find out so much things that this person is not really this person. That's not your cousin. That's this person, and that's not their kid. That's not their niece. That's actually their child. It's just so much lies. And I just don't understand why family secrets continue. I understand, like when you're a very small child, why certain things happen because they feel like you're too young to understand things. But I mean, I'm talking about after you're grown, they still don't want to have the conversations and tell the truth then. Sometimes in the family unit, people will take those lies to the grave. They will never talk about it. They'll never talk about it. Sometimes history speaks to them because they've been doing it and getting away with it. They will continue till you put a stop to it. They will continue until you cut them off. See, that's the thing. Sometimes you just can't deal with certain individuals. Thank you so much, Charlene. I appreciate you. And that's one of the things that I definitely had to learn. Sarah says, Marlene, I hear you. Mhm. I'm just saying, like, I always said, I don't like it when someone tells me the truth because sometimes the truth does hurt. But at the same time, I can respect somebody that didn't play games with me. Hey, so and so, we had a party and we didn't invite you because we know you don't get along with this and this person. I'd rather somebody tell me the truth and like I didn't like it. I don't appreciate it, but tell me the truth. Don't be like, "Oh, I forgot to invite you." You forgot. You forgot to invite me, but you didn't forget to invite other people. For me, it's cool. I'd rather somebody just be like, I didn't want to invite you. You may not like that, but that's the truth. Just tell people the truth. And I don't like those things. And one thing that I have to say sometimes with relatives, not family, with relatives, oh, we all have those individuals in our relatives that they have a very difficult personality. They're really hard to deal with because of drama or lies or whatever it is. They just, their personality, they're hard to deal with. And Sometimes we enable those relatives. We enable them to be that way because, like we'll say things like, oh, you know how uncle so and so is. Oh, you know how auntie, or you know how grandma, or you know how this person is. Um, but just because a person has a certain behavior, it doesn't mean we shouldn't stop it. It means that it's time to have a family meeting and talk to this person. Hey, you do this. We don't like it. Can you stop? If you don't, we're not going to invite you to things. It's simple as that. But it's things like making excuses for your uncle or your cousin, your sibling, this person or that person, and just say, "Oh, you know how they are." That doesn't fly well with me anymore. So let's get to the next part of this conversation. Why do people think that they can fool themselves? Ooh, I think that's a very interesting conversation. And I know being on that side of it for a lot of years, feeling like nobody really is privy to the information, like nobody could see through it. When people know how people are, but sometimes because, like Lara says, that they've been doing something for such a long time. Oh no, it wasn't Lara. It was yes. They until you put a stop to it. But I know for myself when I was in that space of doing a lot of things, my thing, the reason why I was doing it is because nobody had ever said there's more than one way to get attention, Marlene. You don't have to get attention by doing all kinds of crazy stuff. So once I came to grips with it, that it was okay for me to be my authentic self, it was okay for me to be happy, it was okay for me to not include everybody in everything that I had going on. And I know once I stopped trying to people please, I know once I stopped trying to make everybody else happy and really focusing on myself and what causes me to feel upset, angry, sad. And if it's the individuals around me that caused me to feel that way, I had to learn, well, you need to cut them off, leave them alone, stop dealing with them. And then my life started changing. But also, too, I know how to be honest and to say I needed to grow up because I did. You know, that's a real thing that people really don't talk about those things. Sometimes you can be doing something for so long that you get used to that bad habit, that bad behavior. And I had a really good friend check me like, why in the world do you do this all the time? Stop it. Like they had to like shake me up. Like, I like you and everything, but if you don't stop, I'm not going to be able to deal with you anymore. When you have somebody who like loves you enough to call you out on things, loves you enough to check you, then now you can't say nobody never told me. I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know it hurt people. We do know that things hurt other people, but sometimes you don't care. In my case, I was just immature and selfish. But then when I stopped, like when I got checked and I really cared about how my actions made other people feel, I stopped. You have to care about how you make other people feel. And some people do not care about how they make other people feel. They don't care if they make you feel disrespected. They don't care if they hurt your feelings. They only care about themselves. And when I thank you so much, Sirius, for dropping links. I appreciate it. Um, when you really come to that space where you find out who you are and find out what you're about, I realized I didn't have to do that anymore. Like, I don't have to make up a fake story. I don't have to be anybody other than me. I don't have to talk like me. I don't have to have like amazing things going on. I can have nothing going on, and that's okay. You don't always have to have something to tell other people. You can just be like, nope, I don't got nothing going on. And you know you got stuff going on. But one thing for me, I had to learn that not everybody deserves to know what is going on in my life because of their personality and because their mouth is like a sieve. Okay. As soon as whatever goes in, it just pours right back out. They're a Bay News 9. They're a reporter, always reporting your news and your business, other people's business, and always gossiping. So I had to learn how to work on me. And I think that is a problem with a lot of people. The reason why they act foolish, why they lie to themselves is because they don't have confidence, they don't love themselves, they're immature, and they're selfish. And once you learn to stop being that way, you're going to be happier. You will be happier. You will be happier when you know yourself. You know you only have to be that woman. You only have to be that man. You don't have to be anything more than that. Like, you don't have to sugarcoat it. You don't have to make other people happy. Just be yourself. And I think a lot of people, they never get to that space in their life. And I think that's really sad. I worked really hard. People don't understand. It's hard to work on yourself. It's hard to change certain habits and behaviors. It's hard to expose things about yourself. But when you do that, you give yourself the permission to have a better life, to make a new narrative, to write a new story for yourself. Like, I had to learn to start talking to myself and telling myself, you're no longer unhappy. You're a happy person. You have peace. You have joy. You go ahead and use your talents. You love yourself. So it's all of those things. I had to learn to work on me and be happy. Until then, I always felt like I had to make up something to make myself look better, like boost my, oh yeah, I got this going on. Oh yeah, I got that going on. These days, I don't have to have nothing going on, even though I do. I had to learn that everybody doesn't deserve the privilege of knowing my business. And that took some time, learning that you can't trust everybody. Okay. Because you could tell somebody something. And you guys remember that game back in the day that people used to play? What was it called? Telephone. It would start at the front of the line, and then you would tell the person behind you whatever it was, and then they would repeat it and it would go down the line. And when it got to the last person, the story completely changes, right? So that's just how it is dealing with people. And when people gossip and people tell parts of the truth, they add stuff to it. It's outright lies. It's nothing what it is at the end. So, and I also had to learn to not involve myself in gossip. And you guys, I don't know what kind of families you guys come from, but some families be about that drama, right? Be about the drama and to be about the lies, and I just don't have time for it. And so that's my thing is in asking this question, why do people think that they can fool you and themselves? And I think it's because they have not worked on themselves. They have not come to the space where they know how to love themselves. They know that they're enough. They know that they're deserving. I always feel like people who lie, it's because they don't know themselves. They don't love themselves. They haven't come to a space of having peace and being okay with the woman or the man that they are. Sometimes they're still little boys or little girls. They're still trapped into that space of their inner child, unhealed. I know I was there for many years. It doesn't matter how old you are. You could be in your 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, and up, and still acting like a toddler because of the pain, because of abandonment. And I only speak it because I know it. I walked it. I breathed it. That's who I was. When all you know is pain, all you know is attention seeking, all you know is jealousy and drama, you have to introduce yourself to say, I don't have to be in drama. I don't have to be anybody other than me. I can just focus on myself and be happy. And the ones who support you or like you, they'll stick around. And the ones, if you don't have something bad going on, they don't want to be a part of it. And I hate that it's that way sometimes with friends and family, that if there's no drama, that you don't hear nothing from them. Yeah, I don't know about you all, but the only time I hear about stuff is somebody has to be sick, somebody died. It has to be something bad. Somebody broke up, the relationship broke up, something's wrong with people's kids. Like, it's never people talking about something positive. They don't want to talk about nothing positive. Girl, not in not in going to bring some dinner. You gonna bring me some dinner? What are you gonna make for me? It's not dinner time here. It's a little past lunch, but I'll eat some dinner food right now. Yes, very immature. Very, very immature. Yes, Lara, in Tanzania, it's past 8 p.m. It's past 8 p.m. over in Tanzania. Right here, it's in Florida. I'm at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Yeah, it's very immature. Hey, Anthony, how are you doing? Welcome. Happy Saturday. Appreciate you being here. Thank you so much for the like you like. Let me know what you think about this. Oh, when family lies, it's always for our good. Child, they always have some reason why. I didn't want to hurt your feelings. Oh, I didn't want to do this. Oh, I didn't want to do that, right? I was just trying to protect you. That's why I said that. But I shouldn't have said that. But it's all in love. You know I love you, girl. No, you don't lie to people you love. Lara says 11 a.m. here, lunchtime. Okay. Yep. I'm doing okay on the job. I hope you have a good work day, Anthony. I hope it passes by like that. I don't know, Anthony, if you do what I do when I'm at work. I'm here, but I'm not here. Don't ask me nothing. Don't ask me nothing. I'm here because I want my coins, but I'm not here. So don't ask me nothing. I want a shirt that says that. I'm here, but I'm not here. So don't ask me nothing. Okay. I be wanting to tell people that. What did I say? What did you say the topic is? Oh, I was asking you about, I don't even remember. I think I was asking you about family. And do you have that in your family where people lie to you? And don't even get me started with the family secrets, because the family secrets is just, it's too much. Yeah, so true. I know that. I know that, Anthony. That's all I do when I work the weekends. It's nothing. It's nothing but goof off weekend. Girl, that's my kids. Every time I get on live, child. Every time I get on live, oh, are you still on the computer? Um, can you make me a snack? Are we still gonna watch a movie? Are you gonna make me some food? Or just something ridiculous like, do you have scissors? It's just like, wow. Thank you so much, Sirius. I appreciate you. Anthony says, not lying to me because I know who to believe, so I don't ask the ones that make stuff up. Okay. There you go, Anthony. There you go. There you go. So before I move on to the next topic, let's take about 20 minutes to tap in with all of the GEMS family. Let's talk about you guys for a few minutes. We've got 19 minutes on the clock. What is going on in everybody's lives? Anthony's at work. What are you guys doing today? Are you guys, who's in the bed? Be honest. Who's in the bed sleeping? Who just had breakfast? Who's doing laundry? Who is cooking? I know how Saturdays, they're known for that. Cooking, cleaning, grocery shopping. My thing, if I wasn't on live, I would be in the bed with my bonnet on, with a movie going, probably with a tray with a whole bunch of snacks. That's what I would be doing if I wasn't live right now. I would be in my bed eating snacks, watching a movie. So, what are you all doing? Let's hear from the Gems family. What are you guys doing? Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Before we go into the third hour, we have 18 minutes before we get into the third hour, which I cannot believe that we will be going into the third hour. Just moving on pretty fast today. I was planning on staying home and doing music today, but at 3:55 yesterday, they said we have to work today. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Yes, Lara, today is a marathon. Yep, we're doing a 4-hour marathon today. I only do that at the end of the month, or when I have a weekend off, like close to the end of the month. I'm going to try doing these from now on. Like once a month, we'll do a marathon. But to this time, I'm doing the whole weekend. So I'm doing today is a marathon and tomorrow is a marathon. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do 4 hours tomorrow, but I'm going to try to do close to it. I'm going to try to do close to 4 hours. So if I get 2.5, 3 hours, I'll be good with that. We're going to stay live as long as I got something to talk about. And I always got something to talk about. So, does anybody have any videos? Is anybody going live later? Anybody have any new content? What is going on in your city? What is going on with the prices of groceries? That's what I want to talk about. Last time um, I went to the grocery store and I saw the price of eggs. I'm like, I need to do like what Nicole Perrin and a few other of my homesteaders are doing. I need to get myself some chickens so I can have have eggs, because I'm like, paying $10 for 12 eggs is just, the math is not mathing. Yes, groceries are going up and I'm about sick of it. I'm sick of wanting the groceries every week. It's getting on my nerves, for real. I wish that I could only go to the grocery store once a month. I tried that. I don't know how people can only do once a month having a family. I tried that one time, and when you get a lot of groceries, I find that they open up everything, and by the second week of the month, almost everything is gone. So it's a no go for me. I'll just buy groceries every Saturday. Thank you very much. Only get enough to last for 6 or 7 days. Sirius says, I'm doing laundry and later I'm going out to enjoy the sunshine, perhaps going to Bed Bath and Beyond to purchase some household items such as sheets and pillows as if I need them. Well, enjoy your time, whatever you do, Sirius. That sounds fun. Eggs, $8 or more. Wow. Sam's Club, $5. Okay. Yeah. The last time I went, well, I eat the Eggland's best eggs. And if they don't have Eggland's best eggs, I like to get the cage-free eggs. I don't get the regular eggs. It always makes my stomach hurt. That's why I can't eat eggs at restaurants and other places. I have to eat organic eggs or it will tear me up. So let's talk about, because somebody had asked me, oh my goodness. Somebody had asked me, people are so funny on the comment section. Not funny, rude. Let's just say that. Some people can be very rude in the comment section. Yeah. I wear wigs. I wear weaves. Sometimes I flat iron my hair. But it's mine. I bought it. This is my channel. Okay. And if I choose to put on a wig, a weave, I straighten my hair, I put braids, or I put my hair in a puff. It's my business what I do over here because it's my channel. And those who don't like how I fix my hair, that's your problem. I'm not talking to the ones in the chat, the ones who support me. I'm talking to the haters, the drama people, the negative Nancy's, the people who want to judge me and stuff. Then pay for a hairstyle for me then. Then pay for it. Come out of your pocket. I want to see $100 super chat every time you come in my chat since you got so much to say. Like somebody said, oh, your hair isn't long. Do people realize that natural hair stretches? That there is shrinkage that happens with natural hair? I'm just saying, a lot of people just be ignorant. You need to do some research. Okay. Sirius says, when are you planning on doing your hair transformation? I know you considering braids and then the locks. I'm excited to see this. Yes, I'm in a transition, Sirius. I'm enjoying the being a loose natural, but mainly I am a straight natural. Most of the time I will straighten my hair, and my hair is very soft. I have very soft cottony natural hair. I don't really have very much of a curl pattern, but I'm in a space of transition. I am heading towards the direction of locking my hair, but I'm working with my loctician to make a decision like what kind of locks would look best. I'm thinking I want to have my locks about this size. So, you know, I don't really want to have thick locks because um, my hair just doesn't have the volume or the texture for big locks. So I was trying to decide if I wanted to do sister locks, or was I going to do regular locks, or was I going to do like just wear my hair in two strand twists and then just never unravel them, just turn them from the two strand twist into locks. So I'm seeing how it goes. I'm seeing how I feel. If I put the twist in and I feel like untwisting them, then that's what I'll do. I may just start the locks one day. That's what I think I'm gonna do. Anthony says, I think it's it's class A silly to be against how someone wears their hair or how they dress. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Cut my hair? Okay, Lara. One person for cutting my hair. These judgment people needs to get a hobby. Yeah, I and it's always men. Always. It's always men, and it's always men. This color, my color, my people, and it's like, do you need a hug? Are you okay? Are you okay? Anthony says, I remember you said you were going to cut all your hair off. Is this no? My hair is not cut. Actually, my hair is up in a puff and is pinned. So if I take these pins out, my afro would go whoosh. So this hair is pinned and clipped up because it's hot. I didn't want any hair on my neck today because it's so very hot here in Florida. But no, this hair isn't cut. I'm going to start my hair transition journey of going from loose, straight, natural to locked. So the locks are coming. That's the space I'm in right now. But I'm just trying to see what kind of locks I want. I'm going to say that. Yes, hair is hot, Anthony. It's so hot. I honestly feel like just shaving all my hair off, but I've had somebody say that if I cut all my hair off, then the relationship is over because they don't like short hair. So I guess I won't be cutting all my hair off, but I feel like I want to cut my hair off just to cut it off. But maybe when I get to be an old lady, I'll cut it off. So, all right, and that's the hair update. Let's get into the. We're going into the third hour, everybody. Ooh, the third hour is gonna be fun. The third hour, we're going into shenanigans. Who's here for it? Who's here for shenanigans? What you guys? I want to hear some shenanigans. You guys share some shenanigans that you've been seeing on TV, uh, the media, and social media. And we know that there's so much shenanigans that we see. I think I'm going to start off with something that I see on people, like this is like going viral. It's a little girl and the OK Lounge with Gwen Michelle shared. I think they call the little girl Miss Shirley, and she does the boots on the ground dance. I don't know what you guys' opinion of it is, but it's a little girl and she wears some grown outfits like a grown woman. Her hair is braided. She got these long braids and this grown woman outfit on, and she's just twisting her hips. And that's not the major issue. What I'm seeing is you got grown men paying the parents. It's on her social media. Grown men paying the parents so that she can sit in their lap. You tell me that's not weird or creepy. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say about that one. You know. who am I? Who am I to judge? But I think that that's weird that a grown man, yes, Anthony, grown men are paying the mother, or I don't know if it's or the father, whichever one, they're paying the parent so that she can sit in their lap. What? And I'm like, why would you accept that payment as a parent? Sarah says, I watched a clip of a guy reporting her mom to CPS. Oh, really? I haven't seen that yet. Serious. If you have Instagram, send me that to my Instagram because I've been following it. Um, I don't know. I don't know. You know, like I said, I'm not God. I'm not, you know, but I just think that some things are just super weird, super creepy, like, what do you call it? Like pedo kind of stuff. Like, I don't like it. Hey, Miss Nexie. Good to see you here. How are you doing? You want to come up on the panel if you want to? There's no pressure if you want to, because I'm going to be here for a while. I'm going to be here for another 2 hours. Yeah, it's not right. I think it's creepy. It's like and she goes to these events, right? She goes to these events with she goes to these events where the guy who is the singer, the artist of Boots on the Ground, and they always have her come up there and she's dancing and she's throwing her hips, and I'm just like, I feel like it would be different if she was wearing little girl outfits, like if she had on age appropriate outfits. But they have her with her hair braided with these long braids all the way down, or and dressing her up in like grown woman boots and things like that, like outfits that make her look like a little woman, and she's getting the attention like she's a grown woman because she's acting like a grown woman, and they call her Miss Shirley, which is, I don't know. Okay, so that's the first thing that I had. That was, I was like, oh god, kind of weird, kind of weird, kind of creepy. Um, hey, Team Bill with Gio, how are you doing? Welcome. Appreciate you being here. If you want to come up, there's the link. For you to hit the panel if you want to. There's no pressure. It's an open panel. I already said already. It's an open panel if you're not crazy. Yeah, I told Anthony that I sent him an email. I told him to check his email yesterday. So let's welcome Team Bill with Geo to the chat. Welcome. Hey girl, hey. Um, let's see. Per social media, she has an OnlyFans. I guess that's the name of that exclusive page that costs you to pay for. Oh wow. Oh wow. Oh wow, 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 wow. Wow. That's something. Okay. So there's that. Um with the little girl dancing, and as the Caribbean people say, winding up her waist. I did at first. I didn't know if the email was old or not. Yeah, Anthony, check mine too, because I was asking you a question about some songs. Okay. And let's see. What else did I miss in the chat? I don't think I missed anything. I can't click the link because I don't have my iPad, Miss Marlene. No problem, Miss Nexie. Enjoy your day. Enjoy your day. I don't expect for nobody to come up here unless they want to. Unless you can, whatever. Yay. So now we're in the second hour, a second hour. Are we in second hour? Yes, we're in second hour. So why do I have a third hour? I don't know. I don't know what we're doing. But whatever. I already have gone through and put up third hours. I'll make up something for the third hour then. So this is what we're gonna do this hour. Shenanigans. Okay. Oh, okay. So I seen on the TV. No, I didn't say she has an OnlyFans. I think Sirius says that she has an OnlyFans. I only seen her Instagram where guys were sending money to the mother and the father, paying so when she comes and dances to Boots on the Ground when they have the live shows that they can meet her backstage and for her to sit in their lap. That I was like, hmm. I see Gio in the background. Let's welcome her. Hey, girl. Hey.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, okay. Because I don't know what. Oh, I know what I did. Okay, hold on for a second.
No problem.
Okay. You talking about that little bitty girl?
Yeah, that little bitty girl. She had these long braids with some bows in it, and she had on these boots, and she was just winding up her hips. Oh, child.
So what? What's so? What do you think about it?
No, it's nothing wrong with her doing the dance, but the thing is, they're dressing. The parents are dressing her like a grown woman in like little fur with like little crop tops and little shorts showing her stomach and and it's causing the attention of grown men.
What is the grown man saying something in there?
Yes, they are saying when she has because she goes to those concerts and she performs, she does the dance along with them, but grown men are paying for her to sit on their lap.
Oh my God, that's freaky. And they need to be under the jailhouse.
Girl, under it.
All right, with Diddy. Because that video, every time I see that video of him kicking that girl like that, I just get so upset.
I
But
can see
anyway,
that over and over again,
I
girl.
mean, he need to be on. If he don't go for the racketeering and all that stuff, he need to go for that. But anyway, let me get back to what we was talking about. Yeah, they are setting her up to be a lady
Yes,
of the night, probably.
lady of the night. That's what I was going to say. Go ahead,
Because
I'm going to
she's
mute
gonna
myself.
and they're setting her up for, oh, I have to look a certain way, I have to be this size, I can't eat that. She's probably gonna starve herself and all this kind of stuff. But then, with social media today, we're just trying to make a buck, so they will exploit whatever they can to make money. But I would never do that to my kid. I mean, I might have my kid, just to be on the honest side and put this out on the table, in regular clothes, and we could do the boots on the ground together. But it ain't gonna be no stomach out, lipstick on, hair down the back, and it's just gonna be a regular kid with a mother that can't really dance that well. On the video, I'm not gonna have her up there by herself doing it.
Girl, she is right there next to these grown men up there throwing her hips.
Well, it's not the kid's fault, it's the parents' fault. And if that's the way that they want, nobody can tell you how to raise your kid. But she's going to have issues and wind up in the chair like we did. And it's going to take a long time for her to think otherwise and be proud of herself. She might be mad at her mom and daddy for years for doing that. And I don't know. I mean, I can't tell her parents what to do or anything like that. But coming from a dysfunctional family myself, that is not good because you're going to, I had problems and still do with that mess I learned way back from when. You know, this little girl is going to have problems. And then two, she might just say, and when she get old enough, 9, 15, 12 or 11, I'm not doing this mess. This is dysfunctional. That's what I'm hoping she would say. But if the money good and she got lots and lots of followers and they all edging her on, she probably gonna keep doing it and she gonna have problems later on in life. That's all I got to say about the little girl. I wish her the best, and may God hold her in the palm of His hands and protect her from all the hurtfulness that she may feel after this. And I just hope He touches the parents' heart and just say, "Hey, do this little girl know what y'all doing? I bet you she don't even know. She
No,
doing it because her parents telling her to do it."
no, girl, and you, my thing is, it's one thing to be a little kid, but she's up there looking like, and she got a look on her face like she's a grown woman. Like, I mean, she got attitude and everything. Have you seen it, Gio? Have you seen it?
Yeah, I seen that. It's on Instagram, right?
Yep. And she got on a camo looking outfit with these long braids with bows in her hair.
Child, well, you know what? I ain't mad at her. Sure, I wish I could do boots on the ground and keep up with it and hit that fan and shake my butt. I do, because if I could, I would make a video. But I'm a grown person. You see what I'm saying? My little niece, let me tell you, Inette's grandkid, she could do it. I mean, she can hit that fan, and that sent me the video. Do you see it on any of my channels?
Mm-mm.
Because when I looked at it, I said, hell no. I'm not putting this up on it because Nat wanted me to put it on the channel. And I said, I'm not putting that baby on the channel. I said, I'm going to have all kind of weirdos
Mm-hmm.
on my channel. And I'm not putting my baby. I said, that's not good to put kids like that, you know. I can only speak for myself. But
Yeah.
I still have the video on my phone and I look at it because I think it's cute. But I just think that that should be between family members, just the ones that's not crazy and taking their medication.
And you can't even say all, you can't put that for all your family. I personally believe if you want to send somebody, send it to somebody in a text message, but because
Yeah, I put like if I was gonna send my daughter shoes that day, I would only send it to my sisters because I
Mhm.
know that they not crazy and they not pedophiles.
Right.
Okay, but as far as me putting that on my channel, I told Net no way. That
Mm.
because that's exploiting that kid, and I'm not gonna be a part of that. She said, "Oh, girl, it's so cute." I say, "Yes, it is," but I don't want that on my channel. I don't want to draw unnecessary crazy folks. I'm already dealing with one or two.
Wow.
I don't need three.
That's that's true, Gio. Hold on 1 second. I want to say thank you so much to Miss Nexie for the super sticker. You know what we have to do? Bring out that panda. Shake your thing, panda. Thank you, Miss Nexie. I appreciate you. So so that's all I had to say about that part about the little girl and that. Um
Well, I
now
got
let's
one more thing to say
oh
because I
go
got
ahead, Jill.
see. I wish my parents would have had enough sense to say, I don't want to hurt my kid. Let me think this thing all the way through. Most parents don't. And another thing is that we don't know what is going on financially with the parents or anything like that. They may be, low vibrational, or they just don't have a lot of money. They may be living in poverty and they seen a way out. Like most of these kids, it's a lot of kids on here that's beginning to get on TV because the video go viral. Maybe that's what they're trying to do. I don't know what their motive is, but the child is going to have problems
Mhm.
if they do not keep her. They have to really talk to the kid and say why they doing this, blah blah blah. You understand? I don't know. I just wouldn't. I'm not doing it. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, I agree, Gio. Thank you so much for your thoughts. Let's welcome Miss Nexie.
Hello, Miss Marlene. Hey, Gio.
Hey, Nexie, what's up?
Oh, not much here listening to this craziness. It's unbelievable that people will do that. I have four kids, two daughters, two sons, and I will never do anything like that, exploit my children in that way because I mean, you already have to worry about not only worry about the exposure, but now people can literally find you, with this people in social media trying to get to your kids, they will get to your kids faster nowadays because of, the ability to see where you live, where you're linking from, whatever. So we have to worry about people walking around our kids. Now we put them on the interwebs, and now it's a bigger worry, right? A bigger problem because we're exposing them to not just our community, but, to the world. We have to be very careful. My sons they are very calm, mellow, but my daughters, they used to get very upset at us because their friends had the ability, by the age of 12, 13, to go do whatever they wanted to do, right? Go to the mall with friends, go out to eat after school with friends. They will go to each other's houses. And my daughters, they will be so upset because every time they ask, "Can I go here?" the answer was, "No, you can't. I'm not home. Dad is not home. And I don't know who this person is. So until I meet them, they can either come to your house because grandma's home and she can watch over you guys. They can come to the house. Or you can wait until I get home and I can go meet the parents. I can't believe you guys. You guys are so strict. I can't wait until I'm 18 and blah, 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 blah. Now that they're adults, they thank us for being so strict, for having all those, rules and regulations and all those boundaries around them. And, they are very, very
Yeah,
grateful that we protected them because that's the job of a parent, Gio. And you were right when you were saying that. Our job as parents is to protect our children is
yeah,
from harm, from pain, from as much as we can, of course, because as they get older, they're on their own. Unfortunately, as much as we want to protect them and shield them from everything that can harm them, or in any way change their lives, right? But when they're little, our only job is to make sure that that child's mental health, body, mind, and soul is protected as much as we possibly can. And for them to put this little child, and again, I don't know because I came late into the chat. I don't know what kind of show or whatever you guys are talking about, but it sounds like it's a small child. So it's unfortunate that these parents are not seeing the long-term repercussions, right, for this child.
yeah. Well, people don't understand. That's why I'm so grateful, Nexie, that I went and got myself some help and started to think healthy. I think my kid was about maybe 14 when I went, and I stayed 5 years, and so that gave me enough time to make changes, not only within my life but within hers too, because I sent her off to a retreat for like a week, and she didn't want to go, but today she's grateful for that.
Exactly, exactly.
Right. She tell me all the time, Mom, I was so mad at you back then. She said, but today I am so grateful that you stood your ground and that you protected me from my own self. And I went, well, that's what
Exactly.
my therapist told me to do. I had to stand up and be a mother and stop being your friend. She said, that's what I'm doing to my sons too.
Exactly. It's like a ripple effect, right? We get ourselves better, and in exchange, we make our families better. And then, it goes on and on and on and on. The thing is that right now there's so much, you know, parents want to, um, how can I say it? I don't want to, because I don't know what everybody's thinking, but you can make money so easily of silly stuff on the internet that parents want to, grab a buck from it, right? They want to make money. If the kid is cute, oh my God, let me put it on social media. And if I get so many likes, I'm going to start making money out of this child because it's so beautiful, blah, blah, blah. But, you know, it doesn't stay there. It's beautiful to us as parents, right? We see that little baby and we're like, oh my God, it's so gorgeous. But you don't know what somebody else is thinking or what that person is doing with your child's picture or videos in the private of their in the privacy of their home. So for me, I'm very grateful because like you, Gio, I got help. I myself, of course, as perfect as I am, I didn't think I needed that help, right? But I went to therapy when my children were small. I had a father who was very strict, very, very strict. We were three girls, three boys. He was very strict with us girls, and we couldn't go. We had to go in pairs. We couldn't, if somebody came over to the house, we were cleaning the house. You know how you get on shorts and your you just get there cleaning your house. If somebody will come up, my dad will say, "Go put a skirt on or something longer. You cannot be around people in that, those outfits or whatever." And so my dad was very protective of us girls and very strict. We couldn't go anywhere late at night. We couldn't be in parties. We couldn't go out and about with our friends. If we went to the beach, my dad was at a distance watching, or my brothers, whatever. So it was very, very strict. So I wanted, something that once I started therapy, I wanted to be that, yeah, I want to have rules and regulations. I want to give them a little bit of freedom, but I wanted to know, the what's the middle ground so they don't feel so restricted. Once I started, being a parent of teenagers and I started seeing everything that goes around, I started understanding my father even more. And I said, you know what? As much as I want to give them a little bit of freedom, the times that we're in right now, it's not the right thing to do.
Right.
And yeah, they will ask, like, can I go to my friends? We're gonna have a sleepover at my friend's house. No, you can't. And again, they will get upset. But I didn't know these people, I don't know if they have other boys in the house or whatever. So my daughter, I think one of them went to a sleepover at 16 years old. That was her first sleepover at a friend's house. And she was calling me the entire night. She asked me to pick her up at 6 in the morning. I'm like, so what was the point of the sleepover? She's like, yeah, I didn't like it. I'm like, oh my God. So, they understood in a way that, hey, mom is doing it for this reason, but then they were so conflicted because their friends had a lot more freedom than they did.
Child, I couldn't do anything when I was growing up. I don't know, because me and Nexie, we come from the same very similar background, and Caribbean parents don't play those games. No matter how much you complain about it, Caribbean parents do not let you do a sleepover.
No.
Uh-uh.
All we saw was church and school.
Yeah, exactly, Miss Gio. Miss Gio, I think I've said this in one of Marine's shows. I don't remember if I did, but Miss Gio, when my second daughter was in elementary school, she was, I think, in the second grade or something. Um, I one weekend, I think it was Friday afternoon, I had a parent dropped off a child in front of my house and takes off. And there's a child with the backpack. And I'm looking at this kid as she comes to my door, and I say, "Yes, can I help you?" I thought she was selling something because she had a little backpack, right? I'm like, "Oh, she's probably selling, Girl Scout cookies or something." I was so excited. And she's like, "It's your, blah, blah, blah here." And I said, "Yes, she is." I said, "Oh, are you one of her friends? Are you selling something?" And she's like, "No, I'm here for the sleepover." And I said, "What?" And my daughter, I called her, she comes out, she's like, "Oh, so and so, you're here." And I said, "What's going on?" And she's like, "Oh, I told her that, one of these days we can have a sleepover, but I didn't know it was today." And I'm like, "What do you mean? You didn't say anything to me?" And she's like, "Well, I said one of these days." And I'm like, "Oh my God." So I'm like, "Little girl, can I have your parents' number? Because, I don't know who you are, or if you have any allergies or anything." Like, they just dropped her off and they took off. They didn't even come to
What?
greet me. Yes, they didn't even come to my door, Gio and Miss Marlene and chat. They just dropped her off in front of my driveway. The grandmother took off and the little girl is walking to my house, knocking on my door. I called the grandmother because the little girl couldn't find her phone number. Eventually, I did. And I'm trying to get a hold of these people, no answer. And I called again and again later at night. I got an answer from someone at the house. And I said, "Listen, I have this little girl here, and I don't know who she is, if she has any allergies, if she has anything. Like, I don't know why she's in my house." And then this lady said, "Oh, well, I'm just a roommate, but her grandma is in Las Vegas." I'm like, "What?" Yep.
Nixie, what are you saying?
They left me the child the entire weekend, and I had no idea who she was, except that her name, because my daughter told me that's her friend from school. I have no idea who the parents were. I guess she was the grandmother was raising her or something like that. So I had this person get in contact with the grandmother and have her call me ASAP.
Ooh, I would have been so
And then
angry.
and that was it. They had no idea if I had boys in here, if I had, sons, if I had only daughters, if I had a husband, didn't have a husband, but nothing. They just dropped her off without even knowing who I was.
Wow.
And I couldn't turn that child away. I couldn't say, "Go back home." What do you I felt so bad for the baby because I'm thinking, how many times have they done this to you, poor baby? How many times have they just dumped you to somebody else's, lap or house or whatever, and they take off and they don't even care if you're gonna be protected or okay.
Well,
And my
next, let me ask you this: how did the little girl get there? How did she come through with your daughter, or how?
No, her grandmother dropped her off in front of my house. That's what the little girl told me. My grandma just dropped me off and she left.
Okay, so she must have told her grandmother that she was coming to visit your daughter.
That they had a sleepover.
Oh,
But
got it. Okay.
yeah, that they had a sleepover today. So the grandma, I guess, assumed that it was okay without even asking me. Nothing, Gio. I didn't even know this lady's face, put it this way, because I've never met her. I've never met this little girl. My daughter has had friends since, elementary school here because we lived in the same neighborhood for 30 plus years. So she's had long time friends, right? They started in middle school, but I mean, in elementary school. But this little girl was brand new to the school, brand new to our area because I've never seen her before, and she just showed up and she said that her grandmother dropped her off for the sleepover. And I'm
What?
looking at my daughter like, tonight is your last night in this world. you better you better make peace with your maker because you're about to see him.
Oh my God.
And,
I
and chill. They took off to Las Vegas after they dropped the child off at my house. To this day, that shocks me.
Oh,
That worries me.
you mean they went? Okay, so okay.
It
Uh
was Friday afternoon, probably like around 6, 7 in the evening.
huh.
Probably like around 6 or 7. Yeah, almost close to 7 because I was getting dinner ready. That I remember. And then this little, I don't want to say the race, but this little thing rings on my doorbell. And we didn't have ring door back then. It was just I just opened the door and I see this little thing with the backpack and I said, "Oh, you're selling, something," because that's what I thought. But then I looked around and I'm like, "There's no cars, so waiting for her." So that's kind of weird. And then she said, "Oh no, I'm here for your daughter." And then my daughter comes out and she's so excited because she's there for a sleepover. And I'm looking at both of them like, "Okay, what are you guys talking about?" Like I have no idea.
Yeah, like where do you come from? Who are you?
I'm just flabbergasted.
Oh
I'm like,
my Lord. But
See,
again, they're 6, 7 years old. They're little.
listen, Nexie. One time when my mama was working, when my mom was working, I
Uh-oh.
tricked my dad into letting me go to a sleepover, right? So when my mom got home and found out it was like because she worked 3 to 11, so by the time she got home and everything was like midnight or something, 12:30, almost 1 in the morning, my mom was banging on this lady's door. Yep,
ah,
yep,
Exactly.
yeah. And my mom said, I don't mind the fact that my mom said, I just want to know who you are. And my mom was like,
Ex-
oh, okay, we know her, we know them, okay. So my dad was like, I don't know who it was. And my mom's like, what do you mean? you, you know, I don't mean to say you know men, but yeah.
yes, we know.
Yeah. My mom said, you
Lord
take me
have
there right
mercy.
now. Yeah. 1 in the morning, my mom went there. Hmm. Yep.
Oh
Mm.
my Lord.
Yep. And my mom said,
So,
you can stay. But I already knew I was going to be, as Gio would call, in the jackhole. I already knew when I got home, I was going to be in a world of trouble. Yep.
hmm, like I say, all we saw was church and school. You don't ask
And
nowhere. You don't ask to do
exactly.
nothing because my parents wouldn't let us go nowhere, and sometimes I think it was harsh to me, but because we just wanted to go to the senior party that was like across the street at this house, we couldn't even go. They wouldn't even let us go.
Oh, Miss Gio. When my dad was the same way because I was raised just by my dad, right? He was very strict. Like if we will go to like, how they have those um yearly celebrations in towns, different things that they celebrate. So they had a huge party at the end of the weekly celebration. And if we wanted to go, my dad will come with us. And he will be sitting on a table enjoying a drink, and we will be dancing. And we had to dance with whoever right almost in front of my dad. God forbid we had a little boyfriend and we wanted to go to the middle of the dance. My dad will be on the other side saying, "Go back, go back." So one day, Miss, rebellious here. I got in trouble for I don't know why I got in trouble. I'm pretty sure I did something bad because that's what I was known for. And my dad, I had a party to go to, and my dad said, "You're not going. You're grounded. You're not going. Don't ask. Don't. And you're not going." So I waited for my dad to fall asleep, but I had already put like the change of clothes in the outside the house. I went through the back. I jumped on the roof and I went very slowly, got down by a tree,
What,
got
what,
my
what?
clothes on. Yeah, I got my clothes on. I go to the party. I've been there 30 minutes, Miss Marlene, and I see my dad in the doorway
Oh
with
my!
his arms crossed, looking at me. And I was like, my colors. They left my face. My friend is like, your dad is there. I was like, damn it. And that day I did get not a whipping, but I did get in a lot of trouble. I wasn't allowed to do anything outside the house for a month. Nothing.
Well, at least you
And
got
my dad, and guess what he did? He
you
said, you're
did
going
it.
to kneel over there in the corner and you're going to stay there until I say you can get up.
Oh
Looking
my,
at the wall.
oh my God. Like I
But
said, we only saw church and school. That was it. If we
we
would
couldn't
go,
get anything past his parents.
I mean, and so since I couldn't see nothing but church and school, I made it my business. Like to make money from it. You
Oh
know,
my God.
I decided I want to learn how to play the piano so I could get paid. Okay, see, I always been an entrepreneur, even when I was 6, 7 years old, trying to
Yep,
figure
me too.
because actually that's what my dad talked about a lot is having your own business. You don't have to work for these folks. You can work for yourself. That's why I get a lot of that instilled in me from that. That's why I never was like of course I had very good jobs, and I thank God for that, but I never was satisfied. When I walked away, that's when I was satisfied. So when I
Yep,
look back on all of that, I still get mad about we didn't get a chance to go places and stuff like that. But then on the other hand, I think they were protecting us
yes.
from
He
all.
protected you from a lot,
Right.
from a lot of trouble, Miss Gio. And me too. I have always liked to earn my own money. And my father always said, you have to learn a trade, learn something. As girls, don't just rely on a man because we
Yeah.
men are very unreliable sometimes. You cannot
Yeah.
just depend on that he's going to support you because, times are changing. And he will
That's
always say, if you like baking, then learn it very well and make a career out of that. If you like sewing, learn to do that job well. Go to whatever you have to do, but don't you just stay waiting for a man to support you. Don't
right.
wait for them to. He even taught us how to change a tire. He taught us how to do
Right.
mechanical things because he always said, we men are unreliable sometimes. And most of the time, he said, because of the
Well,
times that we were, young at.
the
But he
men
always
don't
said
be mad at you, Nancy, but well,
that.
lying. Whoa. I mean, come on. I have had some sorry ass men. Let me just say the truth. I mean, they want you to pay the rent, all the light bills in the house, and they want to come over and eat and lay up. Not with Geo. My daddy told me, no, spend my money on men, and I took that and ran with it.
Mhm.
So
Exactly.
yeah, I just I had only I'm just my late husband Philip, okay, was the only man that I ever met that took care of me. I ain't pay no rent. I'm very small, okay? I
Hmm.
didn't have to do anything I didn't want to. He cooked, because he loved being thinking himself. He was a chef. He had a chef hat and the apron, the mat. He loved all of that kind of stuff. But when he first met
Mm.
me and we met each other, he said I can take care of you. You don't have to worry about it. I said, how you gonna take care of me? What kind of job you got? He told me he worked in transportation. And I was like, the bus driver? I had no idea he worked on the railroad. Okay. Until one day he showed me his check and I almost fell out the darn car, but I was cool with it. I said, oh, okay. I married him. Okay. Because he had the means
Mhm.
to
Mhm.
take care of me. And I felt it was the first time I ever next felt secure in my life. I never
That's
knew what that
beautiful.
was until I met him. I felt like I didn't have to worry so much, you know. So, but these days, wait a minute, what happened? I asked him, Philip, you know, who taught you this? He said, my dad. There you
Yeah,
go.
and
Mm.
there you go. Exactly. And for me, when I was married, we made it a point. My husband always said, I'm gonna work to support, the family. If you want to work, that paycheck is extra for our vacations. And that's exactly what I did, Gio. My checks, my money were for us to go enjoy week extended vacations with our children for us. For me to buy whatever I wanted for my kids, bills, the house, food,
Yeah,
electricity,
yeah,
mortgage,
but
everything was taken care of by him. If I wanted to
true.
work, he always said, it's on you. That's
Right,
your money. Like you
right.
use it on our kids, and that's gonna be better because we have extra money for vacations. We don't have to
Thank
work. So the point that he always made is, even if you don't work, we have the kids, we have to take care of them. This is before, when they were little. I always wanted to work because I've never been someone that stays at home. And I have nothing against, please don't take this the wrong way. I don't want to offend anyone. It's just that I'm the type of person that it's always on the go, 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 go. So I have to earn, I have to stay, a few steps ahead of everybody. I like to save money and I like money. So I love working. Whatever it is that I do, I have to do something. I have to earn. And that's how I
yeah,
was brought up.
right.
I
I
have
told
nothing against stay-at-home moms. Nothing against stay-at-home
yeah,
moms. That's a beautiful, beautiful job to have.
well,
Stay at
I
home
had a
with your kiddos.
job. Now, then on the other flip side of that, even though he was paying this and that, I still went and got me a job, and I told him that I
Yep.
would handle three other bills in the house to take some, whatever off of
Mm-hmm.
him. And we had, like you said, my money. I banked my money. I ain't gonna lie. Okay, but most of the time, if I wanted to say, "Hey, Philip, let's go here and let's go there," and I said, I got this. He said, well, you don't have to pay. I said, I got this because he was such a great guy. You know what I'm saying? And he took care of me. So my way of showing him that I appreciated that was I took three bills and I paid them every month. Not because
Mm-hmm.
I had to, or he was talking noise and mad, and you know how it is. You ain't paying nothing. You know, I did I
Yes.
did this out from the bottom of my heart to show my appreciation. When we got ready to go and stay overnight at a hotel and be at the casino, I would pay for that because I had a bunch of money saved up
Yeah.
because
It
I
was
didn't have to
that was our
worry.
money.
Yeah,
Yep.
I didn't have to worry about all that stressful stuff as a single parent.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Exactly. And that's the thing, for me is I get it. I mean, life right now is so expensive. Couples sometimes have had like I've seen it more now, Gio and Miss Marlene. I've seen it more now that the couples have to live with the parents because everything is so expensive. Everything is getting,
Absolutely.
way harder for them to actually just stay in their own place. I've seen a lot of my kids' friends come back to, the parents' home for a few months to get back on their feet or,
Right.
to save up for whatever, but it is harder now. I get that. But for me, it was always, we didn't like, we have always owned a home, right? I think we lived in an apartment the first year of our marriage, I think. And after that, it has always been, we purchased a home, then we sold that one, and then we moved to another city, and then we bought a house there. So it's never been about just, having the money to just enjoy it or whatever. So it's been about something else with us. And so when I started working is when we moved to this new house. And then his money was for everything that the house, entailed. And my money was for vacation money. So we could go anywhere and everywhere we wanted it, at least 4 times a year, because you know what I mean? Like I was working too. And it
Right.
was easier for him as well because he never asked me like, hey, I don't have any money for the light today, so or the phone, I don't have any money for the phone, so you pay them, or never, 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 never like that. It was
I
always
know.
about you take care of the vacation. So my money was for vacations. That
Right.
was what my money was for. But
Yeah.
I have had friends, Miss Gio and Miss Marlene, that are with men.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Was that me?
Yeah, no, that's Nexia. I can't hear her anymore.
Nexie, you went mute.
Did I
Try
lose you
again.
guys?
Yeah,
Okay, yeah, it's back.
Oh,
there
you
you
can
go.
hear me? Okay, I'm so sorry about that. My internet has been acting up. Well, I have had friends that the husbands require half of the, rent, half of for the bills, half for the food. They go halves on everything. And I'm
Well,
like, okay, that's
hmm.
okay
Well,
if
I
that's
have
what
an
you want.
opinion about that.
I ain't going. Now, if I want, now see, I didn't even have to get a job, but I'm like Nexia. I have to have my own money to do
Yep.
whatever. So I went and found me a job working at MetLife, up the street, 5 minutes, making really good money. You know what I'm saying? I volunteered and said, hey, look, I'm going to take these 3 bills, like I told you, to show my appreciation. But it's, I don't like these days, even the guys my age, you know, they ain't got no money. I don't understand them, man. I mean, who raised y'all?
Uh,
You know,
Gio,
I'm like,
Gio, these days the men are trying to move in with you so you could take care of them.
yeah, girl. Oh, baby, no, no. Mm-mm.
Mm-mm. No, I was
I
like,
can make it.
nope, nope, nope. Mm-mm.
I mean, I'm very, I'm just grateful that I had a chance next year, Marlene, to experience what 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 it is to not have to worry about the rent, the food, the my kids' clothes, her school, all of this stuff. I had that experience when I met Philip. Okay, now the now my husband passed away what 2 3 years ago. Okay, and I have not found anybody that has his way of thinking, and I do understand that it takes two these days. Okay,
Gio, don't get me hyped up because now I'm hyped up.
and but I don't believe in no half the rent. If you gonna stay with me, you gonna pay all the rent, and then I'm gonna pitch in and do the things, maybe pay the rest, whatever. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to have to worry about no rent.
See,
You
see, uh,
know?
see, Gio, I'm gonna add to that. My thing is, I, this is my personal belief. Now, this is not Gio or Nexi or anybody in the chat. This is Marlon's personal belief. But I feel if you cannot be with somebody and they cannot handle all of the responsibilities financially, why are you with them? And I'm gonna go on mute.
Okay. See, these days, Marlene, you have to really think about it. Because if the person said, well, I can pay all the rent and this and that, and here you is making good money and stuff, you should, to me, okay, this is just Geo, not Marlene or Nexie. I am going to say to him, okay, well, then let me take this and that, but I ain't going to be spending all my money.
No, Gio, no, Gio. When I say, I mean that I'm not going to be with somebody who they're looking at me like, "Can you help me with my phone bill?"
Oh, no.
That when that's what I mean when I say somebody financially stable. What is Kanye West say? I'm not saying you a gold digger, but
We ain't no gold diggers. What we seen in our let me tell you, let me just stop you right there and just talk about it. See, we not no gold diggers. Marlene, next and I, let me just put that out there right now. We do
We
not
are
go
not.
and dig.
I I'm
Okay?
I'm messing with y'all. I'm just messing with
Now,
y'all.
let me just say this though. See, we want what? our father showed us back in the day.
Thank
Your
you.
father took
That's
care of
it.
your mother,
That's it.
Marlene. My
Exactly. That's
father
what I
took
saw
care.
too, Gio. That's what I saw too. Mhm.
Right, my father took care of my mother. I never seen her work a day in her life, but we had everything. Why can't I get that today? I had it. I want it again.
Gio, the thing about it is now we're not up here, and y'all don't be sending me no emails because I know I'm gonna get one. I always get an email from somebody about a stream or a video. But anyways, I'm still gonna say this. If you know that you are not in a position to help, why do you go into a relationship? That's always my question. When people go into a relationship and they want a mother, they don't want a
Mm-mm,
wife. They want a
mm-mm.
mother and they want a housekeeper.
Child, I ain't none of that. I
Nope.
want somebody can cook. Okay?
He better cook, because don't look over here.
I know they gonna have a ball with this video because baby, we putting it out there. And everybody look, to each his own. You know, you have to really realize that we're just saying what we grew up with.
Yeah,
I'm just glad I got rid of all of the dysfunctional stuff I grew up with, but I still like the fact of being feeling secure in my
Yeah.
relationship
And,
mhm.
financially.
I'm sorry to interrupt here, Miss Gio and Miss Marlene, but
Oh, I was
this is the
done.
thing. This is the thing. We grew up with men that took care of the family. I grew up with just the father, but my father took care of us. My dad never asked us for a penny. The only thing he will always say is, have a way of making money in case you come across a, you know, another individual, a partner that doesn't
A
take care of you.
scrub, a scrub, Nancy, a scrub.
I didn't want to say, in case you come across someone like that that doesn't know how to take care of a woman or a family once you start having a family, or someone that will leave you one day for somebody else, make sure you have something to help you move forward without this person. I grew up with my sisters, and my brother-in-laws working, and my sisters are stay-at-home moms, and my brother-in-laws are paying everything because that was their job. They always had jobs, one or two jobs. They're always taking care of the family. My sisters were always taking care of their kids. I am not like that though. I like to work. I like to be out and about. I like to feel my own
Yes.
money in my own hands. And I love the feeling of I earned this. Yes. This is me. I earned it. I work really hard for this. But at the same time, if I'm gonna have to work, go out there, and I have a partner, right? A husband, or whatever it is that you have, a boyfriend or a significant other, whatever you want to call it, and I'm gonna have to be worried about the rent, the food, and everything, and I have to work, because if not, we're not gonna be able to pay all this. Then why do I want a partner for? I'm sorry, I don't mean to
Ne-
offend
ne-
anyone, and it's this is my 2 cents, not Miss Marlene or Miss Gio. I'm just saying, if I'm gonna have to be worried about paying everything, making sure I make enough for all of this, then why do I want you home for? Did I say too much? Uh-oh. Oh, I got Miss Gio singing. Oh, it was good then. It was good. I have her singing. That's it. Miss
Child,
Gio,
we all go get emails.
we all gonna get it.
and
You
they
gonna
don't
get
have
an
my
email.
email.
Nexie's gonna get an email.
Miss Marlene, I'm gonna get an email from you. Gosh, Nexie, you did it this time. Quiet down, woman.
No, See what? See, I have learned this, that the truth will set you free.
Amen.
Now, if you're gonna, I'm not finna pay for no man. I'm gonna be
Uh-uh.
honest. I'm not paying to get one. I ain't
Hmm.
paying to make one for one to make me happy.
Where
I
is my
can do all of
tambourine?
that myself. If I want to go on a trip, I can pay that myself. If
Mm-hmm.
I want to be happy, I could just choose to be happy.
Exactly.
So if you broke, goodbye.
Oh,
Bah.
yeah.
Ta
Well,
ta.
That's the bottom line to it.
and it feels
Adios.
so good. It feels so good to be free too, Gio. It feels good to be free because now don't get me wrong, because don't be saying Marlene is anti-relationship. I'm not.
Anti-man.
No, and I'm not anti-man either because
Exactly.
I believe in a good man, a responsible man, and I respect the good men out there doing their thing. But this is my personal belief because of the way that I saw in my upbringing and the things that I saw. I saw my mom and dad together, and I saw the way a man should act, how he should treat a lady. Notice I didn't say a girlfriend. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
you guys can think what you want, but I say all the time, stop expecting a wife privilege from a boyfriend.
Yep.
So that's another thing too.
Ooh.
Now,
Oh my God, that was quite a mouthful, Miss Marlene. Miss Gio's quiet. You done
Yeah,
it. Now you done it, Miss Marlene.
I know I've done it because Gio didn't say anything.
say anything about what I didn't even hear it. Huh? What you say? Say something from a wife to
Yeah,
a boy.
I said to the women, stop expecting to get a husband privilege if you're a girlfriend. They
Mm-hmm.
expect to be treated like a wife, but they're a girlfriend.
Yep.
Well, for first of all,
Oh, she heard now.
Oh,
huh,
she heard now. She woke up too.
nah. If you just my boyfriend,
You
you
better have your
still
own
gotta
place.
pay. I'm sorry. I don't care. If you want me to be your girlfriend, you gotta do something. I mean, I'm not gonna be sitting over here talking about, oh, let's go to dinner and I gotta pay.
Oh,
Now,
Miss Gio.
I don't care, Marlene. They got to do something. Okay,
Or
now if I marry you, you really got to do something.
yeah, but Miss Gio, there is sometimes, and we go both ways, right? Women and men, we go both ways.
Both
We have
ways.
this relationship, this long-term relationships. We live together. Sometimes they live together, whatever. Nowadays not so much, but sometimes they do live together. They're boyfriend and girlfriend. And now the man expects food and laundry done and house clean and everything, and they're not.
Plus benefits, Nexie. Don't forget the
And
benefits.
the benefits, yeah. So they expect all of this, and I'm going both ways, men and or women, and they want all that without signing the dotted line. We are married, right? We are
Yeah.
together as partners in crime in this relationship. So
Mm.
That's
they
why.
expect
That's
that because I have had friends, Miss Gio, that they're like, "Oh, I'm waiting for my husband." I'm like, "Oh, you guys got married? Well, we live together now." That's not your
oh
husband.
no.
That's
I'm
not
not
your
living
husband.
with you.
That's your living boyfriend. That's your
I'm
living
not
boyfriend.
living with no man. I'm gonna tell you why.
Uh oh.
Because
Uh oh.
my
Give
mama
the truth.
told
She
me,
walked now.
why give away the cookies? Okay, that's what my mama said.
Oh my
And let
God,
me
my
tell
coffee
y'all
just came out of my
something.
mouth.
I'm gonna test the waters with my husband, right? And he asked me after I had moved to Chicago with him. He asked me the next day when we gonna get married, and I said, "Well, I'm gonna try to, see what he really all about and blah blah blah." I said, "Well, maybe in 6 months." He said, "Oh no, I'm not living under this roof, and I am a godly man without marrying you. So you need to think really hard. When are we getting married?" I said, "Next week."
Miss
We got
Gio.
married. He did not want, okay, to live with me. He wanted me to be his wife.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, like I said, I've had all of this. So, and I never actually really lived with no man because my mama told me don't give away the cookies for free.
My mom used to say, "Don't give away the milk for free."
Yeah, if they don't buy the cow, that's what my dad used to say too.
You know, and you know, I tell my daughter the same thing. And my daughter actually really never lived with no man. She married them all. Okay, but she only been married twice. All right, and she said the same thing. She said, you know what? If I would have moved over there, he probably would have never married me. I said,
Yep,
no, they don't. They most of them don't. They
don't.
even got the cookie. They'll stay with you for 20 years and never offer you a ring.
They don't need to.
Mm.
Why? When they get it for free.
They're getting all what my mom used to say. They're getting the fringe benefits. No, you ain't gonna
Yes,
get no fringe benefits over here.
I'm not a
Okay.
company, so you ain't getting that from me.
If you really, if I met some, even in my old age as I am today, and I met a guy, and I really liked him, and he liked me, and he talked about moving in. I'm saying, oh, you got the, I said, you can dash the door. I said, I don't move in. You keep
Miss
your
Gio, you're
place.
like
I'm gonna keep mine. I don't think I'm interested in getting married, but I do not live with men. I don't
you're
give
like
away stuff for free.
and you, Miss Gio, you're like, in fact, you haven't even moved in, and I'm already asking you to move out.
Like, what is wrong with y'all? I mean, this is how come the world's so messed up today. And you know, and women is killing men these days.
Yes. Oh my
Let's talk
gosh.
about that. How
Oh,
they
let's
Let's
hear
kill.
it,
do
Gio.
that.
Let's hear it. Mm-hmm.
You know, women ain't crazy. That y'all will drive them to the last breath or the last moment. They go buy a gun, and then they look at you while you eating that good food that you done cooked. Y'all need to be looking at Instagram, okay? That they didn't cook for you, and then they tell you some crazy stuff. You look up, they got a gun pointing at your butt, telling you everything how you hurt them, and then bam, you dead.
Mm-hmm.
Women is killing men these days behind y'all, making them look stupid, using them, and not treating them like it's your queen. You're using people. When you do that, people get mad. Some
Yes,
of us know how to walk away, but
but not all of us do.
not all the women do. They be trying to plot behind your back, put your tie on flat, give you some X-lax so you could be shitty all day. You know, I mean, women are doing. I have friends that do this kind of stuff.
Yeah, you're like, why are you staying there? If you feel this way with about this person, and he already has you up to, your head, fed up with everything that he is or isn't, why are you there? Let it go. If you don't think he's ever going to love you the way you want to, the way you deserve to, why are you there with it? Why are you here? Like,
They're
why are you in that relationship?
desperate, Nexie. Desperate.
You
Yeah,
know,
that's. I'm
I
not
had
desperate.
Miss Marlene and
Mm-mm.
Miss Gio, I had a marriage. I had a home for many, many years. We're married 20 plus years. Living together, right? Married. We have been separated for a while now. So together, we've probably been together for like 30 something years. But I had the home, I had the kids, I had the marriage, I had the traveling with the family and husband. I had all of that. I had my happy life, right? Now that I am divorced, oh, I am divorced, by the way. Yes, ma'am, I'm divorced. Um,
Wow.
now that we're officially divorced, I don't need that because I already had that. I'm not looking for a partner. I'm not looking for getting remarried. I'm not looking for living with someone. I'm looking for peace of mind. I'm looking for great friends that I can travel with. Miss Gio, Miss Marlene, you guys are in. I'm
Yeah, I'm
looking
in.
for fun that I can have on my own. I already had the happy ending, the happy life, the happy marriage. It ended, that's fine. But I already had that. So I'm not looking for that. So when I sometimes meet, guys and men that sometimes have invited me out to eat and are asking for already like, so what do you do? How much do you make? Do you believe in, living together before marriage? I'm like, "Bruh, I don't believe in marriage anymore. So let's not even go into the living together part,
Child, I'm
because
not
that
married.
ain't gonna
I
I
happen.
told
don't.
them stop wasting your time.
I'm not
Yes,
looking for that.
and I believe that's where I'm at with it too, Nancy. Like I'm not looking to. I've had the best, okay, and I
Exactly.
was very happy, okay,
Hmm.
and right now it's just to be in my place by myself with nothing. Ooh, I'm so.
I love that.
And I can do and clean up when I want to, cook when I
Yes.
want to, travel when I want
Be in my
to,
bonnet when I want to.
stay
Yes.
all day on the computer. I'm pretty much happy. I think that if I did meet someone, that they would have to have their own place because I ain't moving out of mine.
Thank
And
you.
I don't.
We can.
I can't. I want my peace, and you can't come over here and pop up on my door. You gotta call me.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
I won't. I
I
wouldn't even answer the door. Mm-mm.
Me neither, Miss Marlene. That's what the beautiful ring thing is. You see them before they coming, before they ring your doorbell. The little camera, and you're like, "Oh, hi, be quiet." Don't say no. I Miss Gio, I've had a couple of friends that are, well, Miss Marlene is a lot younger than you and I, Miss Gio. So, but I have friends, Miss Gio, our own age. Okay, I've had friends that are living with the new beau because he got kicked out of the place that he was in, one of them, and he showed up at her doorstep and she took him in. And then I have another one who got kicked out of his mom's house because that's where he was living at, and now he's
What?
yes, now he's living in my friend's house, and yeah. So I'm looking at these women because they've been married too. They've had kids. They're the same age as ours, as my kids. And they're going back to the beginning. Now they have a living boyfriend, right? That one got kicked out of, his apartment. His roommate kicked him out. The other one, his mama kicked him out. Why are you picking this man up? I asked my friends, why are you guys doing this? Like, these are grown men, not teenagers. These are grown men.
De-
What's the point?
Desperate and no self-esteem, Nexie. That's the answer.
And it's weird because they already had the marriage, they already had the kids. My kids and their kids know each other. We used to have parties and dinners together with their significant others. Like, you know what I mean? They were couples, and now they're raising somebody else's children because that's what I said. One got kicked out of the mama's house, the other one got kicked out of his roommate's house. They're raising somebody else's kids. I'm sorry, but that's how I see it. That's not a husband material or a boyfriend. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Not
Well,
sure.
Well, this how I feel about it. Well, then it's gonna be real short. If you got kicked out your mama house, then you had to do something bad for your mama
your
to
mama.
keep you out the house. I don't want you with me because you're gonna do the same thing to me.
Miss Gio, this is a 60-year-old man, okay? 60-year-old
What?
man.
What?
Yes.
Did you say 60?
60, 60.
Mm-mm.
These are 60-year-old man getting kicked out of the roommate's house, getting kicked out of the mama's house.
Oh no! Before he can even get to my house, I wouldn't even open up the door. I would, if she would call me and say, "Well, I just kicked out such and such," I said, "Tell him he can't come here.
Tell him to lose my address.
Lose that in the phone number."
No, 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 Miss Gio. I'll open the door and I'll throw him one of my tents. He can sleep in the front of in my front yard till the sprinkles come in the morning. Then he has to move.
Oh my, that's his shower. That's his shower.
Hey, y'all, in the chat, Al, put in there 60 and
Anthony can't believe it. Mm-mm-mm.
Yeah,
Shame.
60-year-old man. Well, that's
it's a
and
shame.
I'm thinking, what 60-year-old man is living in his mama's house?
Oh my God. Oh my God. Listen, guys, I gotta go. I'm gonna check with y'all later, okay?
Okay,
Okay, Miss Gio.
okay, Jill.
Bye. Was
Bye
nice talking to
bye.
you. Yeah, Miss Marlene. So what do you think about that one? Huh?
Ooh, that's mm,
Quite a
I
mouthful, huh?
I don't even have any words. I'm actually flabbergasted.
And I told my friend, I said, "Oh, so you're raising somebody else's child?"
Yeah,
And she's like, "No, he grown." I said, "No, he's not. He was living in his mama's house. He's not grown. He hasn't been without yet." So, yep. Oh,
oh,
yeah. So that's what's happening. And this, the thing I don't understand is how how desperate do you have to be to actually take someone like that into your, you know, into your home? How can you embrace that type of person and say, yeah, it's okay for you to stay with me now? I would have
I
not been
don't.
able to do that.
um,
I'm sorry.
I don't even know what to say. I'm being completely honest with you. I don't even know what to say about any of that. I really don't know. Miss Nexie, let's talk about the entertainment, like stars and stuff. Have you seen the way that they have on the TV how people are dressing? Like they're wearing like these big suit jackets and like and that's it. Like I'm confused.
I
Because I just saw the like something whatever that big awards show, and like the women are wearing a blazer but they have no pants on.
what? Oh, oh wow.
And
Um,
I and I'm like, I just turn my head to the side. You know how like the dogs they turn their head to the side when they're confused.
I I
I was
I
like,
have
I said,
seen.
I guess I'm officially old because I don't get it.
No, I don't get it. I actually, it's a matter of fact, I think it was about a month or so ago, I saw a picture of somebody wearing a see-through dress.
Yes.
And I I don't know. I don't know how to feel about that. It's like when you have to go to that level of, I mean, how insecure are you, right? If you have to do that in public, because you know those pictures are going to be blown up and are all over the internet now and all over the world. So, how insecure do you have to be to wear things like that? Is that what it is? The attention? I'm not sure what it is. If it's a
I
fashion
don't know. I
statement.
think it's because if they're stars, they want their whatever the topic or their video or their outfit or whatever to go viral so that they can be trending and then they can be in a movie role and make more money and start again.
You know, it's a movie star. I'm not one, right? But I consider, you know, what we do for a living, right? That's how we make our money. That's how we
Hmm.
allow people to see who we are. So I think that they should allow their acting or their singing or whatever to speak for them. You know what I mean? Like I don't think that that's necessary, but then to each their own, right? We can't
Hmm.
really. I don't understand it, Miss Marlene, because at this point I was very embarrassed for that woman when I saw her like that, because I'm like, nobody's protecting you.
Yep.
Even your partner isn't protecting you. He's doing the opposite, exploiting you, right?
It's, no, no, and listen, and the person who I know who you're talking about who was like wearing a see-through thing, they're not even together anymore.
Exactly. And not only that, I wouldn't have been together the minute you said wear that and allow everybody to photograph you like that. That would have been the day that I said, you know what, we're done.
Yeah,
Because I love me more than I love you. And I don't care how much you enjoy fame or do this, but that's not me. You know, I think as a woman, sometimes you can get lost in love, you know? They say that. But I think that, we have to protect our little hearts and ourselves from that. We have to make sure that by losing ourselves in love, we don't lose our self love, right?
Yep.
Because I think that that's what it is. I love myself, and therefore my body, I protect my body. I do things that I feel proud of, because yeah, they're young right now and they can do that, but you're not going to stay that age forever. One day you're going to have kids, right? And they might not share your views of the entertainment industry or of what you did.
Yep.
And that can always come back to you. Things like that, everything you do comes back to you eventually, right? In life. But if you put it out in the media, it's even worse,
Yes. Yep. It's
because
true.
that for sure that is going to be out there. There's no way you can take that back.
Yep. You can't take it back.
And those things, yeah, I think I know what you're talking about with the blazer thing. I was like, I hope there's something underneath it.
I, Miss Nexie, without
And
being too risque, all they have underneath that was the pantyhose.
oh my god, no, 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 no. I was like, you know what, I hope there's more than that, like a pair of little shorts, those boy shorts that you can wear.
Mm.
I hope there's something like that, and then like a little tank top or something, like in case you drop something and you have to pick it up, or you sit down. I hope that that it's not out there like that. But it's unfortunate that you have to go to those lengths to stay in the popular media or whatever it is that you were trying to achieve. When I used to see this galas, right, the award shows and stuff like that, the most the times that I used to see them, it was to admire those beautiful dresses, right? Those beautiful nightgowns, the hairdo, like, oh my god, their hair looks so beautiful, and those gorgeous princess like nightgowns. And right now, that's becoming a thing of the past,
Oh
right?
no, that's too old fashioned to them.
Yeah, and it's very unfortunate, because I think that once you allow people to see you in the raw like that, you know, sometimes you can actually lose popularity by exposing yourself, because it's happened to a lot of people that they come up with a certain thing, a certain design that is, offensive to others. And if they have kids, they start forbidding the kids from watching or listening. And you as a person say, you know what, no, that's not for me. You're going to the deep end of whatever it is. So
Well,
sometimes you lose instead
well,
of gaining.
well, my thing, Miss Nexie, about it is if you have people that supposedly care about you and they
Yep.
see that you're dressed. If I don't have people in my life that will say, Marlene, what are you doing?
Yep.
Then
You're not wearing
you
that.
really don't have loved ones. If you look crazy and somebody doesn't question that, like, what are you doing? Then I don't think you got friends
You
or
don't
love.
have anyone on your side if that is what they allow you to go out with, because they can say, you know what, I love you and I know that that's what you want to wear, but I don't think it's the right outfit, right? Even if you want
Yep.
to, I don't think that's right, because again, I know they want fame, they want glory and everything like that, but that everything comes, if you're going to get it at your own pace. I mean, how many actors, singers, or whatever we have admired and loved in their careers because of the way they, the great acting or their great voices. They don't have to expose themselves. They don't have to wear crazy stuff to for us to like them, right? Because we admire their performance. So I feel that when they go there, there's something wrong in their entourage or in their mind. And I'm sorry I'm going there, but there's something wrong with your mind if that is what you think is the right thing to do for something, so gallant and so how can I put it, that you feel that you made it. If you have to wear something like that for that, then there's something wrong up there. That's how I feel.
Yeah, I
Because
I agree with you a
you,
100%, Nexi, because something is just not right. With with something like with it being okay for people to be basically naked or to look disheveled.
yeah,
Like people are walking the red carpet and they look like they came from a garbage dump.
they just woke up.
Yeah.
You feel like, oh my God, did you brush your teeth? Because you look like you just woke up. And I have children, you have children, and you think of, if that was my child, like how, why haven't
Yeah.
I been more in my child's life, that this is the way this child is going, right? Sometimes I know that as they get, grown, you have to back away, but don't back away so far that you don't even know what your child is doing or looks like now. You have to stay in their lives. Sometimes they need guidance. They need someone that loves them, truly loves them, to bring them back to their senses. But I feel that sometimes, we get lost. I think that's what it is, because I look at my kids, and if I see them doing something going a certain way, I reel them back in. What's going on? Why are you acting this way? And they're grown, but I still do that check. Let me see how they're doing. I'm not gonna be all into their family life, whatever, but if I see that something is wrong, I'm gonna bring it up.
Yeah.
Maybe you shouldn't do that, or what's going on? Why are you going that way? That's not who you are. So I don't know what their relationships with the families are, but it feels that they have no one on their corner taking care of them, and that is sad.
Yeah. It is sad. Um, it's sad. It's pathetic. So, Miss Nexie, let's go into talking about this now. Life is lifing. For many people, nobody really. I haven't really been hearing. I've never heard anybody have a conversation about the impact of C-19 and how it has affected people's lives since. Like, I don't know, I guess people just ignore it like it never happened. Like, oh yeah, I'm fine since the 19, nothing is wrong, I'm cool. I can say for me, I have never gotten over the 19 because I lost my brother in the 19.
You know what I feel it is, Miss Marlene? I feel that we get distracted from reality, and I think it's something that is, again, I don't want to go into those conspiracy type of things, right?
Mhm.
But you can see that, the more distractions you get, because why haven't we questioned it? Why haven't we seen the aftermath of? Why haven't we been talking about it more? What we're getting more is more shows that um, distract us, more I don't want to go into politics, but we're getting more of that distraction, focus on that instead of what happened, instead of
What you're
questioning.
dealing with and how you feel.
Yeah, and not only that, and why it happened, right?
Mhm.
How is it? Why did it get out? What happened? What are the repercussions of who let that out? Because that was in a lab, according to people, right? And I believe it. How did that get out? And why did it get out? And what happened to the person that got it out? Or the people that did that? So, because it wasn't just something that it stayed in one place. It's something that unalived many, 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 many millions of people
Mhm.
across the world. Why aren't we, you're right, talking about that? What happened to you then? Why aren't we doing something like that? Because we're being distracted with shows and movies and red carpets and politics and other things that are really not important.
And what I'm seeing, Miss Nexie, just from my perspective, I can't speak for everybody, but I'm seeing that a lot of people since
C19 was, I think those 3 years are a blur to me because of so much that I saw, and
yes,
they're painful. And we I had to go back to therapy. All of us did, in hospitals and stuff that wanted to, because it was so traumatic. It was so painful. It was so much loss of life. And why aren't we addressing it? It's a good question, Miss Marlene. A very good question. Why?
that's that's what I this is what I talk about when I speak with my friends and people that I'm close to, like how has it impacted you? And the whole thing about it is everybody's like it's over. No, it's never over, because if you just push through and say, "Oh, we're in the present today." Yes, I understand that part, but what happened to you during that time period for you to act the way you're acting?
Yep.
And for me, I've been seeing so many younger people that have been so affected by it because they've been in their own little bubble and just been on social media and saying to themselves that some people came out of C19 with zero people skills.
Yes.
There'll be 30 people there and they'll still be in the little corner by themselves scrolling on their phone.
Yep. That, and um I'm alive, so I'm gonna just go all out, right?
Mm,
I'm still here, so I'm gonna go all out. And I have seen people too, Miss Marlene, um, lose members of their families, and they're not even addressing that.
yep.
Oh yeah, yeah, it's gone. Okay, so let's move on. Next, they're not even mourning the loss of that person anymore.
Oh, you know what? Some of my relatives have said, "Why are you still talking about him? He's gone."
Yeah, and why is that? Is it that they cannot deal with the loss, or is it that they don't care? Because to them it was something that should have taken them out, but it didn't? Or why is it that people are not addressing it? And for me, what it did to me, Miss Marlene, and I'm gonna be very honest with you, is it got me into this overprotective mode with my family. It got me into, hey, if this can get out, what else can get out? What else can happen? So I have to make sure that on the next whatever it is that happens, my family is protected in every way. It gave me a sense of, let's keep more communication going to make sure we're all okay. Let's make sure that we have a place where we can meet if something happens, so that we can all live together, we can all get out together, so we can all, you know what I mean, be safe together. It gave me that sense of insecurity, that I want to secure everybody in my family and to love them more and to make sure that I protect them more, to make sure that I'm on top of what they're doing and their mental health and everything else, because I was so shocked by what happened, that I feared the fear of losing everyone, and because I could have lost everyone, right? The fear of that just hyped my senses as far as protection goes, and making sure that I'm in the moment with them.
Yep. I agree. I agree with you, Nexie, because my whole thing is people say that they were not impacted by C19, but I know for me, not being able to see people, talk to people, touch people, hug people, being able to, to grieve, for me, not being able to grieve because I don't know if some people don't know if you didn't experience a loss of somebody passing during that time. We were not a only the immediate family was able to go into the funeral home. So, and they call immediate family your children and your spouse. They do not count. Siblings don't count, and friends don't count.
Yep.
So
I got
I, oh,
the
go
other
ahead.
s- I'm sorry, Miss Marlene. I got the other side of it. I saw so many lives leaving us. I saw so many people dying, Miss
Mhm,
Marlene, alone in rooms just with us. Nurses, doctors, janitors,
mhm.
whoever was there. And at times you cannot even hold their hands because it was that quick. And you were so overwhelmed with all of the patients that you had, and you had to take all these precautions that most of them just passed away alone. I saw all that. So many lives lost, so many people dying around me that, again, you know, my heart was with the patient, yes, but the bulk of it was with the family that couldn't be there and say their goodbyes. That's what killed me the most, because all we were going to do is say, I'm sorry, he or she passed, right?
Mhm.
That's all we could do. We couldn't even hug them or tell them in person. It had to be over the phone.
Yep. Mine was, that's what
And
we
and
got a FaceTime from the nurse, and he was not awake or alert to be able to talk back. We were just saying things to him and crying and stuff and saying he's going, and then they said he's gone. and and that was a loss already, and then not being able to plan a funeral and have those things. Even people say, oh, you could have a funeral now, but it's not the same thing as when it happens in that moment, for how you were feeling in the moment. So I feel like I still am feeling like my brother is still here because I've never come to terms with it yet. If I don't know if that makes sense, but I still feel like he's still here because I've never got to say goodbye. Like, it's not like you saw him in a casket. You saw him cremated. It was like he's gone and that's
right,
it.
you didn't get to say goodbye. You didn't get to see him. You didn't get to be at the funeral home. You didn't get to go into and lay him to rest. You couldn't do any of that. So for you, he's still here.
Yeah. I know that doesn't make sense when I say that to my family. I still feel like he's still here because I it was like all of that happened, and it was like what did you call it? It's a train wreck. And
Hmm.
you're left with, okay, get over it. That's over. It's done. Why are you still talking about it? And you're supposed to go on with your life like nothing happened.
Yep, yep. You're supposed to just move on and keep on going, because for some reason we can't stop. We can't stop and feel. We have to go, 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 go. And I feel that because that's the way that things are being handled for a very long time, the new generation is even less sympathetic, right?
Hmm.
They are like, okay, it's gone. What can we do? Okay, bye, next. You know what I mean? Like um there's no like feelings. They don't really show them anymore. It's just very weird. I don't know. For me it
I
was
know.
different because I was in, you know, inside everything going around me. So I will never forget C-19. Ever.
Yeah,
I will
me
never,
too, Miss Nexie. I was inside working
because
on
we're
the
in the
front
medical
line.
industry. Yeah,
Yeah.
we were in the front line. So for me and us at at work and everywhere we are around, we always talk about that. We talk about the young, the old, the middle age that we lost, and how crazy it was for us. And therapy has helped a lot because otherwise you go crazy. I've
Yeah.
had a lot of my colleagues, and I mean a big number of them quit. They said, I can't do this anymore. I can't.
Mm-hmm.
And
And you,
we're short in nurses, sometimes short in physicians,
yeah,
because a lot of people say, I can't do this anymore. This was too much for me.
the things
you
that
know
you the things that you saw and had to handle, and it was like very insensitive. That's your job. That's what you're supposed to do. Nothing can prepare you for that level of loss
Not only that,
and
Miss Marlene,
stress.
in our field, you and I, because again, we work in this field, is, our job is to save lives, not to
Mm-hmm.
lose them. So that can do a number on people that have taken that oath, right? To do no harm, to save as many lives as you possibly can. When that is your oath that you have taken with a lot of pride and a lot of heart, when you get this much loss, there's nothing left for you, right? And that's what I learned in therapy, because I was ready to just say, you know what, I'm done. I'm done. That's it. That's it. And I've never been there until C19. No matter what happened, you always go through ups and downs, right? It's the medical field. You lose some, you save some, and you're okay. But when there's more loss than saving lives, that is when you stop believing in what you do. So therapy helps a lot.
Yeah.
At least for me, therapy
And
helps.
I also saw something that people don't really talk about is the ones that don't can't voice it, like the people who are what is it called? Can't think of the term. They can't speak.
Our special needs,
Yeah,
or
like the special needs people or people who cannot talk. I can't nonverbal.
nonverbal, yeah.
Yeah. So they can't voice how they feel. So imagine us, and we have so many things that how we feel and stuff. But imagine things happening to you and you feel so frustrated, but you cannot speak literally.
Mm-hmm. That must be horrible.
Yeah. And I thought because when I thought about some friends and they went to the hospital and then they never came home, because they passed, like the impact of pets and little children who don't understand.
Oh my God. Yes, that is the hardest thing. For me, how did these little animals, right? Little pets, they were probably expecting them to walk through those doors later on, or they probably still looking out for them because they have no idea what happened. Children, at one point or another, they're going to understand what happened, right? Because you will explain to them as they get older. This is what happened to mom and dad. You can show them, look, this is what we went through, and this is when your mom and dad died or passed away or whatever.
Hmm.
But how do you do that to a pet?
Yeah.
It's so sad. I
Because,
don't know. Didn't think about that. Go on, Miss
well,
Marnie.
the only reason I thought about it is because when I went after this guy that I know, when he passed away, he worked in the medical field with me, and I went to see his wife. And when I knocked on the door, the dog rushed to the door,
Oh,
and she says, "Oh, he's doing it again." And
oh,
it hit me that the dog is always in anticipation for waiting for his dad to come home.
that is so sad.
You can't explain to a dog
You
like
can't,
that they're not coming back. And
or
I
a
was like, oh
cat.
my God, I never thought about a pet, a
Yeah.
pet attachment.
Again, and you know why we didn't think about it is because it's not being spoken of. Nobody's talking about what the impact was. Like you said, nobody's bringing it up. Nobody's saying anything about it. It happened. Okay, that's it. Bye. It's done. We're alive. We're okay. That's what people say. And I tell people, no, we're not okay. You know what I mean? Like it didn't just happen and pass and that's okay. No, we're not okay. It did a lot to all of us. We just refused to acknowledge what happened. We refused to accept it and deal with it the way it's supposed to be done.
Yeah,
Right?
but that was something that that was the first time like it literally hit me when she said, "Oh, he's doing it again." And I was like, "Huh? Who's doing what?" And it's like the dog, he's always waiting for my husband to come home.
Oh,
And I said, "Oh my God."
oh, I'm gonna start crying. Poor
Yeah.
baby.
So it's
And
like
yeah,
you can love them and hug them, but they don't. A pet doesn't understand. They're like, okay, they're coming home, and they know your schedule. Okay, it's the
yes.
morning. They should be coming home now. Okay, then
They
like
even
no,
know the sound of our cars, Miss Marlene. They know the sound of our cars when they're coming home. And I have my daughter's dog. He's with me. The cat, I had her cat too. She passed away last month. But 2 months ago, actually. But I have her dog here too, because she was staying in an apartment and he was getting stressed out. So he's with me. And he knows whose car is here. He knows who's walking through
mhm,
the door. And he waits for you. And he gets excited because he knows who's coming through those doors. And the excitement is different for each one of us.
wow,
With my son and his wife, when they come over, right? He gets crazy because he loves her very, very much. He goes crazy and jumping all over with me. The minute I walk in, he puts his rear end so I can pet him on the rear end because that's what I do. And he knows. So I never thought of that. Seriously, like really deep dive into it.
yep.
Maybe it's something that we should do, Miss Marlene.
Uh-huh. That's I think it's a very important topic to talk about the impact of the 19
Ah,
because and not just for the ones that can verbalize it, but the ones that are voiceless, like, pets, special needs,
and the little
seniors,
ones, babies.
yeah, seniors and little ones like babies who were, not old enough to really understand what was happening in this world. So, when I thought about that, I mean, like, I was like, oh my God, think about all the pets, all the, elderly people, and so on and so forth. So many people and pets, and there's such a wide global impact on top of the sadness and the grief and the financial loss and so many mental health issues, because it's like you're so sad about something, but you during that time you didn't have anybody that could put their arms around you and hug you. When I was
Hmm.
feeling that way, I know that's how I felt. Like I just literally just wanted someone to hug me after my brother passed away, and I couldn't. I was like, that's the only thing I want. I said, I just want a hug.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's sad that, sometimes you don't have someone that, can be that for you, or that understands that that's all you need. You don't need any words. All you need is a hug. That's all.
See, and that's why we have these conversations and talk about these things, Miss Nexie, because people may not even think about those things. And I know from time to time, I'll write about it. Why I feel sad today because I wasn't able to grieve my brother. Like
Hmm.
I can put pen to paper now and write that because I've had conversations like this with friends and relatives and loved ones, and we talk about things from time to time. Like I'm sad today because I I I I just want to talk to my brother, or they miss their mom or their grandmother or their friend or whoever. Um, it's just a lot of things happened. So many people lost their homes during the 19 because they were not able to pay their bills because A
They
lot of
lost their jobs.
yeah, a lot of people lost their jobs.
Yep. That should be another sip and chat, Miss Marlene.
I think that will be a good one to put in rotation for like 2 weeks from now for
Yes.
sip and chat to talk about the
Yes, ma'am. Let's do that.
yep.
Let's do that. The
Um,
impact of C19 on each and every one of us. And it's different for all of us. I understand that. But I think that not dealing with it is what's the problem, because later on it will come up. You know that. Later on in life, you hit a certain um age that it just hits you, and then your head spins out of axis and you're like, what is going on? It's because you haven't dealt with those feelings. They
well,
just come out and you just, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
so yeah, that will be 2 weeks from now. Good
yeah.
job, Miss
I think
Marlene.
it'll be a really good conversation. So the last 20 minutes, Miss Nexie, I want for us to talk about lifing, and being an adult and all of the things that happens as an adult. And it's like sometimes life gets in the way of
I
us.
lost you, Miss Marlene.
Oh, do you hear me now? I'm here. Do you hear me? You don't hear me? I can hear
What did
you.
you say? What do you want to talk about?
Uh-oh.
The last 2
Oh,
minutes?
I said I wanted to talk about lifing.
Now I
With
hear you now.
Okay. I said I want to talk
You
about lifing and being an adult and all of the issues that happens as an adult when life happens, and you can't give yourself time to process it because you have to work or you have to be responsible. There's some times where you just
Yep.
need to be like a little kid and just like I want to sleep today, or it's too beautiful
Yeah.
outside. I
Miss
don't
Marlene,
want
give
to
me
go to
five
work.
minutes. Miss Marlene, give me 5 minutes. I'll be right back.
Okay, sure.
Go
Um,
on, go on. I'm listening.
there are times where you don't want to be an adult. You know, you do have to be an adult because you have bills and you have responsibilities. But at the same time, I have those times where I don't want to be a grown up. I don't want to pay these bills. I want to be out. I want to be silly and run around and have some fun. And when life is lifing it, and you don't give yourself the time, the room, and the space to, how you're feeling, and you don't have people that will support you in that, it's difficult because you have to act like an adult and be responsible, but at the same time you're really going through a lot of things. So I had to make sure that I found myself some safe relationships where I could let myself process these things. And that was really important for me, which I started putting in my life recently, that um, I needed to have spaces where I felt safe, like having accountability partner, a mentor, a friend, a coach, somebody to talk to. And I want to say that to everybody. I hope you have somebody, a safe space for you to talk, that's not judgmental, that, where you feel understood and heard and supported. And if you don't find those spaces, they have hotlines for adults that you can talk to when you're going through some mental health issues, or when you just feel like overwhelmed and stuff. It's not good to hold things inside. And as adults, we'll hold things inside, and it's really not good for us. Um, and it makes me sad that some people make it seem like as an adult, you always have to be okay. And you never like, oh, what's wrong with you? Why are you sad today? Like, people aren't entitled to be sad as an adult. That's a major problem that some people always perpetuate, that being everything in life is always great, always beautiful. People have some real life situations and issues going on. And as adults, we need to have safe spaces that this is going on with me, and be supportive. And if you can't be supportive, be compassionate. You can't be compassionate, just leave people alone, because life is really lifing for a lot of people. Some people are like struggling to pay bills, keep a roof over their head, keep food in their house, be able to just navigate the day to day. Some people have some real life health problems that they don't really talk about, but life still continues to go on whether you face your issues or you ignore it. But I'm the sort of person that I talk about issues. And sometimes as an adult, we have these issues, but it's nowhere for us to go that we can talk about these things without being judged. Because for many like me, that if you don't have a safe person, if you don't have a supportive person, an understanding person, a compassionate person, when you are always the strong person, when you're always the mature one, the responsible one, they always make it seem like you're okay. It always is like you're okay all the time. And we're not always okay. Let me turn my camera on for the last few minutes. And we're not always okay. Sometimes we're definitely not okay. We're going through a lot of things. We're going through a lot of problems and a lot of situations, but there's just some things that we can't do. We can't do anything about it.
Oh, sorry about that, Miss Marlene.
That's
It kicked
okay.
me out. Not sure why, but
No
here I am.
problem.
You
Yeah.
know, I think that for me, and I'm sure for a lot of people, Miss Marlene, it's lifing is probably the hardest thing you can do. It's an adult, right? It's a grown up. As a child, when you're still at home with the parents, it's no big deal because you're there, they're taking care of you, you're in your 20s, you're grown, but you're still at mom and dad's house. So the lifing doesn't start until you move out and you start experiencing the oh shoot, I need rent money, I need to work for my bills, I need to pay this, I need to uh, be responsible for everything on my own now. uh, but I'm grown, so I cannot really run to mom and dad anymore, right? I have to do everything on my own. I think that that's when life is about lifing starts for people. Sometimes for me is I would like to just throw down the towel and say I'm done. I just want to go away to an island. I don't want to look back. I want to leave everything behind, take all my savings, and just enjoy my life somewhere where people don't know me, right? So they don't come to me with their problems. So I don't have to worry about paying, this much in mortgage and bills and food. I just
Exactly.
want to be on my own. Get out of here. I don't want to deal with anyone. There's times that I feel that way, Miss Marlene. There's times that I just want to disappear because I'm so tired of lifing.
Yep.
I've been doing it for so long. I got married young and I had kids when I was young, and I haven't really enjoyed a life alone. So sometimes I do. I get so overwhelmed with all the responsibilities because that's what it is, Miss Marlene. I think that that's what it is. There's so many responsibilities put upon you that you feel like you're drowning sometimes. And you're like, I don't want to do this anymore because I'm so overwhelmed. I just want to disappear. I just want to go away. Yeah, no, I'm not talking about unaliving. No, I just want to move
Yeah.
away from all these problems and be on my own for, I don't know, about 20 years and then
Yeah.
come back and say hi to everyone.
You just like, sometimes I just want someone to help to lift some of this burden and stress off of me, because it's like you got so much, feel like this heavy weight on your back, or things that you have to think about, what you have to do, that I just get so sick of it sometimes. It's like I'm just so sick of being responsible. I don't know, like I've said it to my friends who are responsible as well. Sometimes I just like, I want to skip a couple of months and
Yes.
not pay a bill. I want to be reckless and spend all my money on buy a pair of shoes or a purse and like, oh, nope, no money for bills, but look at my nice bag, you know?
Yeah, yeah, and sometimes too, Miss Marlene, when you're lifing and it's overwhelming, and you don't have a support system, right?
Yeah.
That tells you, I get you, I know how you feel. This is the way I feel. Sometimes, no, you have sometimes people around you that say, yeah, but that's not life. You're supposed to be responsible. Yeah, but that's not where we're at. They don't support you in the way that you expect them to say, yeah, you know what? That's how I feel 99% of the time too. And yeah, I have those moments, and you're right. This is I have people around me that always go the other way. Yeah, but that's not visible. Yeah, but that's a fantasy. I know it's a fantasy. I just need a hug. I just need someone to tell me, I know how you feel, because I'm in those shoes too sometimes. I am tired too of uh, parenting. I'm tired of responsibilities. I'm
Yes.
tired of always being at the same place at the same time. I'm tired
Yep.
of the 9 to 5. I'm tired of, oh, there's no food in the fridge. Oh my God, I got
Yeah.
to
You
order.
know which one I get sick of? Now I understand. I remember being a little kid, Miss Nexie, and my mom used to say, I hate that word mom.
Yes.
She's like, I hate the word mom. And I used to be like, what is she talking about?
Now you know.
And I was
Now
just like,
you
I was
know.
like, do not call my name. I was like, call somebody else. Call your brother. Call your father. Call anybody.
Anyone but me, right?
It's
Call
like I,
anyone, but lose my number. That's what I'm
yeah,
trying to say.
now I
Lose my
get it. You know, sometimes you don't get it until you get it. And now I'm like, yes, mom, I hate the word mom. I hate it.
I'm gonna take that now, Miss Marlene. I'm gonna tell my kids I hate that word.
That's what my mom always said. She said, "Oh, when I would be, and like there were so many of us. It was 10 of us
Yes.
kids. So everybody was like, "Mom, mom, mom, we need you. Mom, where's mom? Mom, 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 mom." And she's like, "Oh my God, I hate that word, mom."
Yeah, I'm just gonna move away. I'm not gonna tell anyone. I'm gonna pack up my house, store everything in storage, and I'm just gonna go. I'm not gonna tell anyone. That's my threat to my kids. I'm just gonna go. One day you're gonna show up. Oh, mom. Oh, what? Where's mom?
Yeah, yeah,
She's gone.
but I say this because as adults, we have to remember that we have to still have fun moments
Yes.
and not just
Responsibilities.
responsibility. And I've told my friends, like, my friends thought it was super weird when I said, what did you do? I said, oh yeah, I went to the park because I had to run. They're like, run? I was like, yes. Sometimes I literally, Nexie, have to go and just be like the kid on Home Alone, just
Yes.
ah. I have to do that of every couple of months because sometimes like you're so like about to blow your top. Like, and
Yep.
it feels so good. If you have never tried it, Nexie,
Oh,
I'm
I have.
telling you, I recommend it.
Oh,
Run back and forth in the park and just scream and spin around and be silly and kick your legs up and just be silly, run around, roll around on the grass. Yeah,
oh, Miss Marlene, I have a
I
special
recommend it.
needs. I have a special needs. Trust me. That's my go-to. I go either if I'm not close to a park, if I'm at home and I cannot leave, I go into my room and I grab a pillow and I'm like,
Yeah,
and then I get on my bed and I start kicking the life out of it. And then I get out. But once everything is out of my system, then I get out and deal with whatever I have to deal with
mhm,
here. But I do have those moments in where you lose all of your cool, as they say, right? You lose your
yeah,
cool. And before I snap, because it's not their fault, they don't know any better. All they know how to say is, Mom, I want this. Mom, I need that. I want. It's, you cannot tell them, no, you don't want that, because they don't understand that word, no, right?
mhm,
So I sometimes get so overwhelmed with whatever. I go into my room if somebody's here, even if that little person is waiting for something, I tell the sitter or whoever's here, I need 10 minutes by myself. And I walk around the block and I walk and I talk to myself and I listen to music and I do whatever. And I just desensitize from it because it's overwhelming, especially Miss Marlene, when you have worked an entire month and at the beginning of the month more than half of your paycheck is drained with bills, out of bills, like,
Yep.
mortgage, water, electricity, cable, internet, blah blah blah, phones, food, and half of your entire months, more than half sometimes, it's gone.
Yep. And you feel like, what did I even work for?
Yes, and you feel like that was the ticket to Dubai that I wanted to buy, and I'm paying it every month. Why? I could have been in Dubai. I could have been in France. I could have been in Italy 10 times with all I'm paying.
Yeah, but the reason why I said this, Nexi, is because I want to say to all of the Gems family that sometimes, well, not sometimes, you need as an adult to plan things so that you get away from the adulting from time to time.
You need a escape plan.
And I don't mean take a vacation with your spouse,
Mm-mm,
significant other,
mm-mm.
your kids. I mean your own solo vacation.
Vacation. Yep, you need a escape plan. That's what I call them, Miss Marlene. I have my escape plans now.
Mhm.
It's a matter of fact, I just invited Miss Someone on a escape plan towards the end of this year to a retreat in Mexico that we're going. And that's just going to be an us plan, right? With somebody who's smiling right now. We're going to
Yeah.
go to a yoga retreat, just the two of us, for
Yeah.
8 days.
Woo!
Exactly. So that's my escape plan. And that sometimes when I'm overwhelmed, Miss Marlene, right now, when I get like, oh my God, I don't want to do this anymore, I think of our plans. I think of, oh my God, no, I have to do it because we're going in a few months to get away from all of this and to re energize and to eat delicious food. And so those things, I always like to have a escape plan. Every 3 months, I escape for a day or two by myself. I've been doing that for a while now. When I leave all of the responsibilities to somebody else and I go, and
Mhm.
I'm nowhere to be found, I disconnect myself from everything. I started that the beginning of the year, and that's what I've been doing. I disappear and they cannot reach me, and I don't care what happens. I'm sorry,
Mhm.
but I have to think that way in order to re-energize, in order to restart my batteries, in order to desensitize from the everyday, things that I have to life. So
Mhm.
I've been doing that. I escape, I go somewhere, and sometimes I even, when my son goes to dad, my special needs goes to dad for a couple of days. Sometimes I extend it, and I said, "Can you bring him back in 2 days, please?" Oh, no problem. I just didn't want to, ask you if you could stay longer because I don't want to violate any of the agreements we have. And I said, no, it's fine with me. Can you please do that? Sure, no problem.
Right.
And I do that sometimes because I'm not ready. I'm not in the right state of mind for him to come back right at that moment.
Right.
Now, when I do things like that, Miss Marlene, I think of the parents that don't have an out from these
They don't
children.
have a support.
They don't have a support system. The only support system I have is my ex-husband.
Mhm.
And yes, Miss Marlene, it's official.
Yeah.
My ex-husband, yes, ma'am.
You're an ex now.
Yes, ma'am. And I've been using that word a lot lately. Um, it's already official. So
Mhm.
we are done. And my ex-husband is the only support and my kids. I
Mm.
have the blessings of actually, having a job that if I want to hire someone to stay with him, right? So that I can go do my thing. I can do that. I can hire a babysitter. But what about those people that don't? And that should be another one of our topics, Miss Marnie, for the
Yep.
sip and chat.
I have that. I have it all written down here.
Okay, good. That should be another one of it. Because I always I feel guilty. And that I think that we, you and I, that have love for everyone, when we are blessed in certain ways, we always go back, revert to what about the people that are not in my shoes?
Yeah. What about the people who do not, who do see, the whole thing about it is sometimes we don't get the support because we want to be like, oh, but nobody is gonna do it like I, oh, and they're not gonna put on their socks at night, and they're not gonna brush their teeth like I brush their teeth, and they're not,
Oh yeah.
and then that we talk ourselves out of doing what we need to do for ourselves, and that's just not good.
Get out of my head, woman.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, that's just, you just described me. Have you, do you have a camera in my house? Are you inside my head? Because that's how I will sabotage my own peace of mind, my own getaways. Because no, I have to bring him. What if they don't have the patience that I do? What if they don't cook him what I normally? What if they don't understand what he wants? And these are people that have been in his life his entire life. They know, and they used to tell me, Miss Marlene, go. You don't get it. With us, he's different, mom.
Mhm.
Or Miss Mendoza, with me, he's not like that. He eats everything. He watches movies. He behaves. He even changes, like his own things. Like at nighttime, I always make sure that if I don't give him a shower, I normally do it at night, but if I can't, I always make sure he changes underwears, his socks, his undershirt. I wipe him
Mhm.
a little, you know what I mean? Like, because you never know. My dad always taught us that at nighttime, or when you're going out somewhere, change everything if you're gonna shower, right? Clean
Right.
up, because you never know. In an accident, you don't want to be the stinky one in the hospital. That's what my dad would always say. And so I do that at night. And I'm thinking, what if they don't do it? What? And they're like, he already knows. He does it himself.
Yeah,
We don't even
they
tell
don't need
him.
it. You don't need to tell them. You don't need to micromanage. And you're
And
like,
then you're like, what? I don't.
I
He
was like, what
doesn't
do
need
you
me.
mean they
He
don't need
doesn't
me?
need me. So I will sabotage my outings, and I will
Mhm.
always bring him, because I will always think like they're not gonna do it like I do. Exactly what you said. They're not gonna be as patient as I am. They're not gonna be able to brush his teeth the way I do, hand on hand, or they're
Yeah.
not gonna be able to bathe them the way. And I'm all these things that I just did to myself, just sabotage my entire outing on my own, because now I have to bring him, because I talked myself out of going by
Yeah.
solo. So I have stopped that since the beginning of the year. Even if I feel guilty, Miss Marlene, even if I feel that things are not gonna be the right, I have learned to let go, and I love it. And I learned it from someone I've been following for a while now. I'm not gonna say her name because she's already all big headed and ooh, I'm popular on the interwebs. I learned it from you,
Oh,
so
thank you.
thank you.
I appreciate that, Miss Nexus. No problem. We come online and we share things and tell people things that we go through and deal with, but we don't do it from like showing off. We come from a spirit, a place of transparency to show you're not the only person who does these things.
Hmm.
You know, we all have bad habits and behaviors, but we can do better. And having conversations like this is very helpful. So great topic. Great. I can't believe it. I've been on here over 4 hours.
Oh, we got to go.
Yeah, I guess it's time to roll out. So thank you, Nexi. Thank you to everybody who tuned in, who came in the chat. Shout out to all of the mods, the channel members, the super chatters. Thank you, everybody. And anybody watching in the replay, if you watched this far, wow, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank
Really
you.
appreciate you guys. And we'll see you guys next month on the next what I call it, the next one.
Yeah, on the next marathon.
Marathon. That's it. I went blank. I'm telling you, but brain is
Hey,
shot.
you've been here for 4 hours. I've only been here for what, an hour? So I get you, Miss Marlene. I got your back. I got you, girl.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys. Everybody have a great rest of your evening. And you know what? I'm doing this all again tomorrow.
Oh my God. Really?
Yeah. Hmm.
Why? So 2 days?
Yep. Yep.
I'll
I'm
be
doing.
here.
Yep. Tomorrow. I think I'm gonna start at first. That's too early for you. It'll be like 7 in the morning.
Never mind that.
So I'm starting. No, for you it'll be 7. For me it'll be 10.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh. Well, if I'm up by then, you
Yeah.
got me.
So I'm gonna start early and then end, and then me and Miss Nexie have something that we're gonna work on for the other channel, and then yeah, that's gonna be
We'll
like
go from there.
yeah, we'll go from there. Thanks guys for tuning in. Thanks for all the likes and the support. I'll see you guys on the next one. Have a great rest of your day, and we're gonna do this again tomorrow.
Yes, we will. Bye, Miss Marlene. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Thanks for
Bye
the support.
everybody.